of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic.
The 63rd session of the Senate, the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Today the chamber will be led in prayer by a distinguished colleague from the city of Las Piñas, Senator Cynthia Villar.
Let us bow our heads in prayer. Let us be reminded that from the rising of the sun to its setting, the name of the Lord is to be praised. Psalm 113-3, verse 3. Heavenly Father, on this month of March, we are filled with gratitude for the wonders of your creation and the significant events we commemorate. During Women's Month, we celebrate the invaluable role of women worldwide in shaping a just and caring society. We also celebrate World Wildlife Day. Thus, we reaffirm our commitment to safeguard the magnificent diversity of life you have bestowed upon our planet. In observance of the World Water Day, we acknowledge the critical importance of conserving our precious water resources, especially in the face of challenges of El Nino, which keep us mindful of our duty to be good stewards of your creation and ensure its sustainability in the face of climate variability. And as we mark Fire Prevention Month, we are reminded of the importance of vigilance in safeguarding our communities from the ravages of fire. Grant us the wisdom to adopt precautions that ensure safety and resilience and protect both the people and properties as well as your bountiful creations from harm. Amidst these meaningful events, we turn to you with pressing concerns. We lay before you the plight of our farmers facing El Niño's harshness, the sting of inflation, and the burden of rice prices on our citizens. The troubling situation with the National Food Authority and the delicate issues on our maritime boundaries, among others. We implore your guidance to discern and genuinely meet the people's true needs. In asserting our maritime rights, we ask for the fortitude and diplomatic tact to pursue paths of peace and respect. Lastly, O Lord, as Holy Week approaches, allow us to seek comfort in your presence and rekindle our resolve to live with compassion, humility, and service. We trust in you and pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Session suspended for a minute. Call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With the perfect attendance, 24 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we proceed with our agenda for today, may I just greet some guests from the gallery, Mr. President, acknowledge the presence of grades 10 to 12 students, faculty, and staff of Everest International School, Mr. President. We welcome
They're over there on the left side.
leaders, future young leaders in this August chamber, Mr. President. And may I be allowed, Mr. President, to acknowledge the Princess of the Senate, Adriana Zubiri.
Diana, my daughter is with them. They're there. Thank you for visiting your Senate, the students and teachers and faculty of Everest Academy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also guests of Senator Estrada, Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr., and officials of OPAPRU, officials of the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict, led by Yusek Ernesto Torres Jr. Guests of Senator Ligarda, Associate Justice Ramon Paul Hernando of the Supreme Court, Mr. Gustavo Gonzalez, UN Resident Coordinator, Mr. Tristan Burnett, Chief of Mission of the International Organization for Migration, Attorney Maria Ermina Gallardo, UNHCR Head of National Office, Chief State Counsel Arvin Chan of DOJ, Ms. Reina Bermudez of CHR, Nasfar Berganyo of Ako Bakwit. Guest of this representation, Congressman Maximo Dalog Jr. of Mountain Province, guest of Senator Alan Cayetano, Mayor Jun Sumbo Jr. of Malapatan, Sarangani, ABC President Rolando Banjola of Malapatan, Barangay Captains of San Luis, Batangas. Guest of Senator Padilla, Vice Mayors from various LGUs of Camarines Norte. Guest of Senator Lapid, Poverty Reduction through Entrepreneurship Coalition, led by Ms. Lisa Dacanay and Ms. Catherine Chongson Intalan. Guest of Senator Revilla, public school teachers and representatives from the Alliance of Concerned Teachers, Teachers Dignity Coalition, Philippine Public School Teachers Association. Guests of Senator Ejercito, members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We welcome all of them in this August chamber, Mr. President.
Yes, welcome to your Senate, ladies and gentlemen. Mabuhay kayo. Welcome to your Senate.
Mr. President, at this juncture and with the consent of the body, I move that we proceed with the third reading of several bills. Printed copies of these bills were electronically distributed to the members of this August chamber on January 11, 2024, in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the Secretary may please proceed to reading the title of the measure and the roll call vote.
An act creating a district engineering office in the first legislative district of the province of Negros Occidental and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 24 affirmative votes, 0 abstentions, 0 negative votes, House Bill number 1043 is approved on third reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture I move that we consider on third reading House Bill number 7539. This is the bill in the District Engineering Office in the 3rd Legislative District of the Great Province of Bataan. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, we ask Secretary to proceed with the reading of the title of the measure and roll call vote.
An act creating a district engineering office in the 3rd Legislative District of the province of Bataan and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 24 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 7539 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, this juncture I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 7645. This is the bill in the District Engineering Office in the 4th Legislative District of Bukidnon. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, we ask Secretary to read the title of the measure, proceed with the roll call vote.
A district engineering office in the 4th Legislative District of the province of Bukidnon and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 24 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 7645 is approved on third reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We congratulate our distinguished sponsors. Mr. President, at this juncture, we are in a receipt of a bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1964 entitled Kabalikat sa Pagtuturo Act and House Bill number 9682 entitled Teaching Supplies Allowance Act. With the permission of the body, I move to recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Bong Revilla Jr., to give us the highlights of the conference committee report. So move, Mr. President.
Our sponsor, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bago po tayo magsimula, ay nais po nating kilalanin ang ilan sa mga kumakatawan sa ating mga guro na kasama natin sa araw na ito. We have with us today representatives from the Department of Education, Alliance of Concerned Teachers, Teachers Dignity Coalition, and Philippine Public School Teachers Association. The victory belongs to you and to all the youth you embrace and enrich with your service. Isang magandang balita po para sa ating mga gurong bayani dahil sa wakas, tanaw na natin ang katuparan ng pangako at pangarap natin para sa kanila. Our dear teachers have long waited for the passage of this measure that institutionalizes the granting of the teaching allowance. Simulat sa pool pa lamang, atin ang kinikilala ang kanilang hindi mapapantayang sakripisyo at pagkalinga sa ating mga mag-aaral sa loob o labas man ng paaralan. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, it is an honor for your Committee on Civil Service, Government Organization, and Professional Regulation to present the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1964 and House Bill number 9682. In the interest of time, I would like to move that the joint explanation of the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provision be spread into the journal and report of the Senate. The highlights of the Bicameral Conference Committee are as follows. The conferees agreed to use the Senate and House versions as the working draft. Section 1 and Section 7, as well as the title of the Senate version, was adopted as Section 1 of the reconciled bill. The short title of the bill is Kabalikat sa Pagtuturo Act. Section 2 and 5 of both of the Senate and House versions were consolidated, amended, and adopted as Section 2 of the reconciled bill. Section 3, 4, 6, and 9 of the House version were adopted. From teaching supplies allowance, it is now to be known as teaching allowance, to be able to more comprehensively the instruments for teachings. Sa makatuwid, come next year, doble na po ang matatanggap na teaching allowance ng ating mga guro. Imbes na 5,000, sila po ay makakatanggap na ng 10,000 pesos. I am thankful to our counterparts in the House of Representatives that the chair of their contingent, Representative Roman Romulo, and their members, Representative Toff de Venecia, Representative Lani Mercado Revilla, Representative Stella Kimbo, and Representative Franz Castro, for being one with us to pass a legislation responsive to the welfare of our teachers. I extend my gratitude to my fellow Senate conferees, to the Bicameral Conference Committee, Senator Win Gatchalian, and my Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel III, for their patience and insights in harmonizing the versions. Maayos nating naitawid ang pinakapuso ng panukala, ang kilalanin sina Ma'am at Sir sa kanilang dedikasyon. Nagpapasalamat po tayo sa mga kasamahan natin dito na kasama din nating nag-akda ng panukalang ito. Senator Robin Padilla, Senator Sani Angara, Senator Bongo, Senator Jingo Estrada, Senator Mark Villar, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Win Gatchalian, Senator Grace Poe, Senator Tol Tolentino, Senator Villar, and our leadership, Majority Leader Joel Villanueva, Senate President Pro Tempore Loren Legarda, and Senate President Mig Subiri, who helped shepherd this measure as well. Taus-puso din po nating pasasalamat sa ating mga kasamahan sa Kamara de Representante. Tayo ay pinagbuklod ng iisang hangarin para sa kanilang kapakanan. Sa totoo lang po, ay nagkaroon po ako ng kaunting pangamba na baka matagalan pa bago magisna ng umaga ng pangarap na ito. Ngunit sa kabila nito, pinatunayan nating tapat at dalisay ang ating tungkulin sa ating bayan. Ang hamon po sa ating lahat ay patuloy na maging kabalikat ng ating mga guro sa mismong hubugin ang ating susunod na henerasyon. Naway gamitin nating inspirasyon ang walang maliw, walang patid at walang pagod na pagmamahal at kabayanihan nila para sa ating mga kabataan. Sa ating mga guro, nakaukit na po sa mga pahina ng kasaysayan ang inyong kadakilaan. We see you and ultimately honor your heroism and selflessness in molding the youth of our nation and nurturing their future. Kayo ay haligin ng ating lipunan at tanglaw ng ating kinabukasan. Mr. President, this is just one of the many steps that the Committee on Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation is looking into to advance the welfare of our almost 1 million strong public school teachers. Asahan niyo pong hindi ito ang wakas, bagkus ay simula pa lamang ng marami pa nating mga hakbang at pagsasamahan sa walang mintis na pagsulong ng mga kahalintulad na reforma. This is my humble submission that this bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1964 and House Bill number 9682 on the kabalikat sa pagtuturo be ratified by this chamber. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, sir. Distinguished sponsor, congratulations.
Mr. President, we join the motion of the distinguished gentleman from Cavite to approve and ratify the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1964 and House Bill number 9682, and let the text of the joint explanation be deemed read into the records of this chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1964 and House Bill number 9682 is hereby approved and ratified.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
Mr. President. Congratulations to our distinguished colleagues, especially to our sponsors. Mr. President, this juncture and with the consent of the body, I move that we vote for the adoption of House Concurrent Resolution number 20. This is the resolution granting amnesty to former members of the Communist Party of the Philippines, New People's Army National Democratic Front. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved. Secretary, please read the title of the measure and proceed with a roll call vote.
Concurrent resolution concurring with proclamation number 404 of the President of the Republic of the Philippines dated November 22, 2023, entitled Granting Amnesty to Former Members of the Communist Party of the Philippines, New People's Army, National Democratic Front, who have committed crimes punishable under the revised penal code and special penal laws in furtherance of their political beliefs. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. Please make sure you register the two senators that are here on my side, on the right side. Tsaka si Grace. Oh. Yeah, si Senator Bato de Rosa is there as well. Senator Mark Villar is there, registering an affirmative vote. Senator Cayetano is there as well. Si Cheese didn't go. Okay. So with 23 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House concurrent resolution number 20 is approved on third reading. Congratulations,
Thank you.
gentlemen and
Mr.
ladies.
President, the sponsor of the measure, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Jingo Estrada, is recognized.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as your chair of the Senate Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, I wish to place on record my sincerest gratitude to my dear colleagues for supporting the adoption of House Concurrent Resolution number 20 under our Committee Report number 201, concurring with the Presidential Proclamation number 404, which grants amnesty to former members of the Communist Party of the Philippines, New People's Army, National Democratic Front. This representation is truly proud to belong to a Senate which pursues and prioritizes the agenda of peace. We extend our appreciation to Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel III for his insightful examination of our committee reports, and our peace advocate in the Senate, Deputy Minority Leader Senator Riza Ontiveros, for co-sponsoring this measure. As I have said in my sponsorship speech, amnesty is the best policy. I call on the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, headed by Secretary Galvez, the National Amnesty Commission, the Department of Justice, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, Department of National Defense, the Philippine National Police, who graciously lent us their valuable time and expertise during the period of interpellation. Do not let the amnesty measures remain just that, a mere policy. Let's all make sure that this amnesty program, together with the amnesty programs for the MILF, MNLF, RPMP, RPA, ABB, which were early approved by Congress, will be implemented fully and faithfully towards its objective of transforming lives and communities, encouraging former rebels and combatants to return to the folds of the law and to participate in nation building within the framework of peaceful and deliberative society. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, our distinguished sponsor. Congratulations. Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Mr. President, I am supportive of this measure, and I reserve my right to submit an extended explanation of vote, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
President.
you. We take note of your manifestation. Congratulations as well to the men and women of OPAPRU. Congratulations as well. It makes your job a lot easier. Senator Amy Marcos is recognized.
Yes, likewise, Mr. President, we concur with grave reservations. Thank you. And I will submit the same shortly.
Thank you very much for your manifestation.
With that, Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension.
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Senator Lauren Ligarda would like to avail of the privileged hour. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President. So moved.
Yes, our distinguished Senate President pro tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda, the champion on environmental issues and, of course, issues pertaining to a sustainable future for our country, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. My dear colleagues, I stand before you today with a deep sense of responsibility and gratitude as we gather to discuss a matter of profound importance, a matter that transcends borders, cultures, nationalities, and beliefs. Forced displacement and statelessness continue to be a pressing concern globally. Based on United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees' latest Global Trends report, there is a devastating record number of 114 million people forced to flee their homes because of conflict, persecution, discrimination, violence. The impact on these vulnerable and marginalized populations are further exacerbated by the effect of climate change. Based on this report, a significant number of refugees, asylum seekers, stateless persons, and internally displaced persons, IDPs, are women and girls. There is an increase in the number of women and girl refugees by 3%, now accounting to more than half, or 51%, of the total population of refugees. Women and girls accounted for 52% of all IDPs. And based on the data available for the 75% of the stateless population, slightly more than women and girls are stateless, 51% than men and boys. I wish to emphasize, my dear colleagues, that these are more than numbers. These are actual people who have been forced to flee from their homes and or deprived of their nationality. Women and girls are disproportionately affected, having experienced gender-based violence, discrimination on the basis of gender. As a fellow legislator, advocate, mother, daughter, woman, we are hosting the photo exhibition called Resilient Spirits, Capturing Courage, Celebrating Strength, Inspiring Inclusion, an odyssey of women and girls finding hope away from home. For this year's National Women's Month as a means to celebrate and illustrate the stories of women and girl refugees, asylum seekers, stateless persons at risk of statelessness, and IDPs, how they have found ways to survive, to find hope, to rebuild their lives in the face of adversity, to have found solace in the Philippines. I hope that this is also an opportunity to celebrate our achievements in opening our arms to the vulnerable and the marginalized, being recognized globally and within the region as a model state and a beacon of light on refugee protection, addressing statelessness and the protection of internally displaced persons. Most importantly, I wish to emphasize the work ahead of us, the role we play as senators, as lawmakers, which is to ensure rights-based laws anchored on our collective duty to empower and address the challenges faced by refugees, asylum seekers, stateless persons at risk of statelessness, and internally displaced persons. This commitment is rooted in our shared humanity and the fundamental belief that all persons, regardless of background or origin, should be protected. Specifically, on the protection of internally displaced persons, I filed Senate Bill 1243, the Rights of Internally Displaced Persons, which ensures that gender-responsive programs and services are provided. This bill is in line with the guiding principles on internal displacement and relevant existing laws such as the Marawi Siege Victims Compensation Act, which we co-authored in the Senate. Being an IDP, while not a legal status, is not an end in itself, and that long-term solutions are pursued for them and with them. So I call on our dear colleagues to ensure that this is prioritized. We need this guiding legal framework in place. In fact, it's been more than 19 years since the first bill on internal displacement has been filed. I remember filing Senate Bill 3317, or the Internal Displacement Act, during the 15th Congress. With the prevalence of conflict and natural hazards, with the Philippines being situated in the Pacific Ring of Fire, it is high time that the rights of our IDPs bill is enacted into law. If passed, the Philippines could be the first in Southeast Asia to have a rights-based IDP law. It would also contribute to the President's Philippine Development Plan, which covers IDPs and supports the fulfillment of one of the recommendations from the latest Universal Periodic Review to implement measures for IDPs with a gendered perspective. I also thank our Regional Development Committee, specifically Regions 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and Caraga, that have issued resolutions supporting the bill, and to our LGUs who have stepped up and issued their own ordinances pending the passage of this national legislation. On refugee protection and addressing statelessness, we have acceded to the Refugee and Statelessness Conventions. The latest one was in 2022, where the Philippines became the first and only country in the region to become a state party to the 1961 Convention on the Reduction of Statelessness and adopted the Global Compact on Refugees. 9 waves of refugees have been welcomed into our humble lands. In fact, even before our accession to the Refugee and Statelessness Conventions, our family code and immigration laws already considered refugees and stateless persons. In the year 2022, Congress swiftly passed Republic Act 11767, the Foundling Recognition and Protection Act, ultimately addressing the risk of statelessness and the discrimination faced by foundlings vis-a-vis other children. Despite these laudable legislative achievements, we have yet to enact a law ensuring their protection, as gender discriminatory provisions still persist in a rather antiquated naturalization laws, and our procedures to acquire Filipino citizenship remain restrictive. Pending the passage of these measures, we also recognize the challenges faced by the Department of Justice, Refugees and Stateless Persons Protection Unit. It would be interesting to note, Mr. President, that since their creation in 1998, this body under the DOJ has, for the first time in 26 years, received a dedicated budget for its operations through the GAA 2024. And they're so happy that we have provided them a budget since the time they were created. This is a testament to our commitment in strengthening the protection of refugees and stateless persons. We would also like to recognize and thank our partners who are with us today, from the executive and the judicial branches of government and the UNHCR, our main partner for the photo exhibition and this advocacy, and its fellow UN agencies, headed by Resident Coordinator Gustavo Gonzalez, who have all committed to support us. With this, I invite our esteemed senators and staff to visit the interactive photo exhibition right outside the session hall, which will be open till the end of March. May we reflect on the stories behind the images and renew our commitment to upholding the principles of compassion, empathy, and justice. And as we engage in this dialogue, let us not forget that behind every statistic, every policy proposal, every legislative debate, there are real people, mothers, daughters, sisters, friends, who deserve our compassion, our understanding, our commitment to justice. In conclusion, let us use the inspiration drawn from the resilience of these women and girls as a driving force to craft policies that reflect the values of our great nation. Thank you, esteemed colleagues, for giving me your time, your attention, and dedication to this vital cause. Together, let us build a world where hope prevails, even in the most challenging of circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues. Senator Lauren Legarda. Thank you.
Mr. President, our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Our Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. At the outset, salamat sa a gentlewoman from Antique, Malabon, and
Laguna.
Laguna.
Salamat po.
For her privileged speech. As in many instances when she speaks about various of our common advocacies, I have one follow-up question for today. Well, una, salamat sa paggunita nila sa persisting situation ng ating mga internally displaced persons, and for highlighting both the climate change aspect of that displacement and also the gender aspect. My one question for today is, I noticed, bukod dun sa sinabi ng gentle lady na 52% of IDPs are women and girls, that percentage is also growing by 3% year on year. Would the good gentlewoman say that tulad ng mga phenomena ng feminization of poverty and feminization of migration, na may nag-occur na parang feminization of internal displacement as well, Mr. President?
Tama po. Unang-una po, ako'y nagpapasalamat sa Deputy Minority Leader sa kanyang palaging masigasig na hindi lang pagtatanong, kundi pagsusuporta ng ating mga shared advocacy. Salamat po. Pangalawa, tama kayo sa inyong paggamit ng salita na femininization ng poverty, feminization ng epekto ng pagbabago ng klima. At tinatanong nyo ang femininization ng statelessness,
And
ng
internal displacement.
internal displacement. Oo. Dahil alam natin, kamukha yun nangyari sa Marawi. Whether the internal displacement is caused by natural causes like climate change or conflicts,
Internal
conflicts,
conflict,
yes, by even clan wars or even violence in the community, sila ay lumiliban, umaalis sa lugar, may gender perspective, malakas po yun. Kamukha pag meron mga disaster na nangyari, ang ating mga refugee camps, or sabihin natin hindi refugee camps, yung ating mga tents para sa internally displaced,
Mga provisional
wala
housing.
pong maliwanag na mga rules, ang DSWD ba, o mga ahensya ng gobyerno, kung anong para sa women and girls, ang mga latrines, mga banyo na ginagamit, hindi natin alam kung pribadong para sa women and girls. At alam nga natin, base ng mga statistika, na mas malakas or mataas ang epekto sa women and girls. Kaya minarapat kong magsalita ngayong buwan ng Marso para bigyan ng lalo pang maigting na focus ang feminization hindi lamang ng kahirapan, ng poverty, kundi na rin ng feminization ng statelessness, ng internally displaced persons, at ng mga refugees na nagpupunta rin sa Pilipinas.
Salamat, good gentlewoman. At para din sa pagbanggit ninyo, kahit sa privilege speech nyo, ng mga internally displaced persons, lalo na internally displaced women and girls sa Marawi. So batay po dun sa karanasang iyon at yung kaalaman natin tungkol sa karanasang iyon, what are the specific vulnerabilities or needs of women and girl IDPs that require a better response, Mr. President?
As I said, whether it's climate-induced or wars, ano ba ang kanilang mga pangangailangan? Una, ang kanilang mga tirahan, temporary shelters, no? Ang kanilang tutulugan at mapapahinga. Pangalawa, ang kanilang mga physical na pangangailangan, especially for those still menstruating,
Yes.
even those who are menopausing, ang kanilang mga pag-check up sa mga doktor, at
kung
syempre
buntis.
ang mga, I'm sorry?
At kung buntis,
At kung
good
buntis
gentlewoman.
sila, oo, at ang kanilang mga banyo, private rooms, at syempre yung katahimikan ng kanilang, even for mental health, not just the physical needs, but even the mental health. At minsan, pagsiksikan ng mga lugar, sa mga eskwelahan, sa mga temporary shelters, at ito hindi lamang sa Pilipinas, nagdidikit-dikit na ang mga hindi lang magkakamag-anak, pati ang magkakapitbahay or hindi magkakakilala, strangers, and women and girls with men and boys. Kaya nga nagkakaroon na ng pag-violate sa pribadong karapatan ng women and girls. And I speak not just in the Philippines, but even in war-torn countries where there are internally displaced persons. I speak, let's say, for example, as you see very blatantly on social media and online from photos, what's happening in Gaza. How women and girls have been the victims of genocide. How shelters and hospitals have been bombed. I'm not saying that men are not victims, but especially innocent civilians, women and girls, even in hospitals and even in UN buildings and refugee camps, have been rendered vulnerable, and they have been shot out and killed, even those who are lining up for food. So this really, as a Filipino, as a human, breaks our heart. What's happening in areas in the Philippines, again, climate-induced or brought about by internal conflicts and wars, but even in faraway areas, in Sudan, in Congo, in Ukraine, in Gaza, it's happening all over the world. And so I felt it was perhaps the right time to bring it to our national attention and focus, of course, on what is doable within our means and within our resources, which is what we can do in the Philippines.
Thank you, good gentlewoman. Speaking of focusing on working within our resources and speaking of the right time, I would join with the good gentlewoman that it's always the right time to bring up not just these issues, but also the gender's perspective within these issues. Yung sinabi din nilang heartbreak nila about the raging conflicts in Gaza, in the Ukraine and elsewhere. I share also that heartache about those, and as a fellow woman would also like to lend our country's support to the search for just and lasting resolutions, no, peace in those countries. That is also peace for the women and girls there. And as far as working within our resources is concerned, perhaps this representation, Mr. President, could invite the good gentlewoman for us to work together in making an even more gender-responsive budget through the 2025 GAA together.
I would be so happy to work with Your Honor, Mr. President. And so this would address the needs of internally displaced persons insofar as even psychological and psychosocial support, their nutrition needs, access to education even while in temporary shelters, and access to documentation because they are forced to flee, and if their documentation is in the area or province where they're from and the area where they fled, paano ang kanilang documentation kung hindi naman nila alam kung paano gagawin doon? And of course, gender-based violence still exists. So you asked earlier, what else can we do? These 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 issues must be addressed, and I would be happy to work with the DOJ Bureau that in 26 years, ngayon lang sila nagkaroon ng pondo. Thank you, Senator Sani Angara, Chairman of the Finance Committee, for accepting my humble amendment of 10 million, I think, or less, that finally funded the 26-year-old bureau, which was never funded from the time it was created. And they are here now. Our State Counsel, Chan, is here. He left. He was here earlier at 2 o'clock. Our State Counsel from the DOJ was here. In fact, the Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, Hernando, was also present since 2 o'clock. We still have the UN officials present here. So thank you for your support. And I would want to see a, yes, even better and more gender-sensitive budget, which I'm sure is already, because I can see the chairman here, I'm sure he has made sure that the GAD allocation is followed and all of that. So we also have a 2 million amendment on capacity building on laws and women under the Development Academy of the Philippines. Oh, what we did was to engage the DAP in capacity building so that they can hold capacity building seminars, maybe we can start with the Senate so that all the 1,000 staff, officers, and employees here can also be trained for this.
And I'm sure, good gentlewoman, the Senate GAD,
Yes.
always on their toes, always at the forefront of our various gender sensitivity programs here at the Senate, would be, I'm already presuming to speak for them, but I'm guessing would be really glad to work with us on this, Mr. President. And lastly, I'd also like to ask for the good gentlewoman's support for our IDP bill as well, which is currently referred to the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, and this is Senate Bill 594, possibly a companion measure and possibly to be consolidated with that of
I think,
Her
if
Honor.
I'm not mistaken, this was the bill I filed 19 years ago,
Okay.
15th Congress. Yes, I refiled it since the 15th Congress. Yes, and it's pending in the Justice Committee. I actually
very
wrote
same.
the chairman, Senator Tolentino, to give it priority. I'm sure he will. And I'm sure I can see Senator Robin Hood Padilla, who's keenly listening, and I'm sure he would like to co-author that measure as well. I can see him nodding, and I'm certain that he agrees 100% with everything we're discussing now, right?
So thank you, Your Honor. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
And the majority leader as well. Yes. Thank you very much, Senator Ontiveros.
Mr. President, Senator Robin Hood Padilla is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
My distinguished colleagues, recognize Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pinunong mayorya. Gusto ko lamang po talagang purihin ang ating magaling na senadora, Senadora Loren Legarda, sa pagkakabigkas po at ito pong usapin ng IDPs, lagi po talagang ang nagiging biktima nito ay ang mga kapatid po ninyong mga Muslim. Dahil katulad po ng sinabi nyo kanina, yung stateless, yung mga kababayan po ninyo na galing ng Sabah na ibinalik dito sa ating bayan, yan din po talaga ang nagiging problema namin. Alam nyo man po ninyo sa tradisyon at kultura ng mga Muslim, talaga pong hiwalay ang babae at lalaki. At napakaganda po ng panukala na ito at sapagkat protection po ito ng mga kababaihan. At iyaan po talaga ang laging prioridad ng mga kamuslimin. Ang babae po sa amin ay parang diamante, iyaan po ay talagang aming kayamanan at napakaganda po nito. At gusto ko din pong purihin uli ang ating senadora sapagkat nabanggit niya po ang mga nangyayaring karumal-dumal na krimen na nangyayari po sa mga kababayan, hindi po natin kababayan, mga kapatid natin in humanity, diyan po sa Gaza. At ako po ay natutuwa sapagkat nanggaling po yan sa ating pro tempore na sa kanya pong balabal, nakikita din po natin ang kulay ng Palestinian. Nagpapasalamat po ako sa inyo at kamulatan po ito. Binigyan niyo po ng kamulatan ang ating mga kababayan sa nangyayari, hindi lamang po dito sa ating bansa, kundi sa buong mundo. Kaya ako po ay kasama ninyo, kabahagi niyo po ako, mabuhay po kayo. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat kay Senator Robin Hood Padilla. Sana po ay mag-co-author kayo ng IDP bill na 19 years na nakapending. At tama yung sinabi nyo sa ating mga kapatid na Muslim sa Mindanao ay dumadaan ng backdoor, nagpupunta ng Sabah. Pagdating po doon ay hindi nila alam kung saan ba sila talaga at hindi protektado ng Estado at hindi nabibigyan ng mga karapatan na dapat sa kanila po. Kaya pagtulungan natin yon at tignan natin sa ahensya ng gobyerno, gaya ng bureau yan in charge sa DOJ, meron talagang nakatutok dyan na hindi nabigyan dati ng lakas dahil walang pondo. Ngayon may pondo na sila at sa susunod na taon, lalo pa natin bigyan ng pondo at tignan natin yung paggamit ng pondo at ano ang kamulatan na madudulot nito. Salamat, Senator Padilla.
Thank you very much. Maraming salamat sa ating mga colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with that, I move that we refer the privileged speech of our Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Loren Legarda, and the interpellations and manifestations thereon to the Committee on Justice and Human Rights. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 825, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution numbers 815, 821, 822, 833, 824, 826, 827, 828, 830, 831, 833, 834, 835, 836, 837, 838, 839, 840, 841, 842, 843, 844, 845, 846, 847, 848, 849, 850, 858, and 860. This is the resolution, Mr. President. Congratulating the members of the Philippine team for exemplary performance in the 19th Asian Games. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
We ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Yes, please proceed, Secretary.
Resolution commending and congratulating the members of the Philippine team for their exemplary performance in the 19th Asian Games held in Hangzhou, China.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, may I be recognized to sponsor the measure, Mr. President?
Yes, our distinguished colleague from the province of Bulacan, who is also our resident basketballista and playing coach of the Sentinels, no other than Senator Majority Leader Joel Villanueva.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd be brief, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. With the permission of the body, I am honored to sponsor Senate Resolution number 825, taking into consideration 30 other resolutions which were referred to the Committee on Rules. This resolution seeks to congratulate and commend the Philippine team and their coaching staff for bringing pride and honor to the country through the exemplary performance at the 19th Asian Games held in Hangzhou, China, last September 23 to October 8, 2023. Mr. President, the Philippine delegation finished 17th overall and bagged 4 gold medals, 2 silver medals, and 12 bronze medals. An incredible and impressive feat that deserve our recognition. Our gold medalists include E.J. Obiena, Meggy Ochoa, Annie Ramirez, and Gilas basketball team, Filipinas. Meanwhile, Arnel Mandal and Yumir Marshall brought home silver medals, and our bronze medalists include Patrick King Perez, Jones Inso, Gideon Fred Pascua Clemente, Tabugara Jr., Alex Ayala, Patrick Brenco, Elrin Ando, Sakura Alforte, Jenna Kayla Napolis, and the Philippine Sepak Takraw team. Mr. President, our athletes deserve the support of this institution, and we continue to praise and commend their efforts for bringing honor and pride to our beloved country. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and may God bless us all. Mr. President, no member wishes to... Mr. President, Senator Bongo would like to co-sponsor the measure.
Absolutely,
So moved, Mr.
distinguished
Move that he be recognized, Mr.
chairperson of the Committee on Sports, no other than Senator Christopher Bongo is recognized. And also another basketball player playing as senator.
Thank you, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues. As chairman of the Committee on Sports, I stand before you with immense pride as we celebrate the extraordinary achievements of our Filipino athletes in the 19th Asian Games. Filipino athletes have once again showcased their exceptional talents and unwavering determination as they competed with great determination, pushing their limits and displaying true sportsmanship throughout the games. I personally went to the Asian Games in China to show our full support for our Filipino athletes. During the visit, I witnessed Filipino athletes with medals in their games. I am delighted to share that our athletes have achieved a commendable performance in the 19th Asian Games with feat of securing a total of 18 medals, which are broken down as follows: 4 gold medals, 2 silver medals, and 12 bronze medals. Our national basketball team, Gilas Pilipinas, captured the country's first men's basketball gold medal since 1962. Ibig sabihin po ay after
61 years po nanalo tayo ng gold muli sa Asian Games. This achievement was marked by their stunning victory over host China in the semifinals, followed by an impressive triumph against Jordan in the finals. Ernest Jan Obiena successfully secured the first gold medal in the 19 Asian Games. He emerged as the sole athlete to clear the 5.75 meter mark, thereby earning the gold medal and establishing a new Asian Games record of 5.90 meters. Margarita Meggy Ochoa and Annie Ramirez won 2 gold medals in the women's 48 kilos and 57 kilograms jiu-jitsu competitions, respectively. Their win has not only brought honor and glory to our nation, but also became an inspiration to the youth and for the promotion of women empowerment. I also congratulate all our silver and bronze medalists. Indeed, the hard work and sacrifices made by our athletes, coaches, and support staff have resulted in a remarkable achievement for our nation. But beyond the medal count and rankings, what truly fills my heart with pride is the unbreakable Filipino spirit and the unity that these games have fostered among our people. The Asian Games have served as a platform for our nation to come together, support our athletes, and celebrate our shared love for sports. The camaraderie, sportsmanship, and unity displayed by our athletes and their fellow competitors have been truly remarkable, reminding us all of the power of sports to bridge gaps and bring people together. As a nation, we are committed to further supporting and nurturing the talent of our athletes. We recognize the need to invest in sports development, infrastructure, and programs that will enable our athletes to continue excelling on the world stage. As Vice Chairman of the Committee on Finance, I, with the support of our very supportive Chairman, Senator Sani Angara, and the entire Senate, of course, ating Senate Sentinels star player, Senator Joel Villanueva, dalawang mythical five natin, si Senator Sani Angara and the star point guard. Dapat i-defend natin yung ating crown this year. Hindi nyo pa, nandyan pa yung trophy sa baba. Dapat depensahan natin yan. Salamat sa inyong suporta. And of course, sa ating Senate President Mig Subiri sa suporta. Dahil siya po'y meron din po siyang pagmamahal sa ating mga atleta. Yung arnis. No, nakita ko talaga paano niya minumotivate ang ating mga atleta a night before their actual games. Sinusuportahan niya talaga. Inaalagaan niya, pinapakain, ito, minumotivate niya. Kumbaga sa manok, talagang, ready na kayo bukas.
Kondisyon.
Kondisyon. Salamat. And of course, sa lahat ng mga ating mga kasamahan rito na nakita natin ng panahon ng FIBA World Cup na sumuporta sa ating basketball team. Pag nagsama tayo, kayang-kaya po yan. As your chairman po ng Committee on Sports and Vice Chair ng Finance, we also prioritize the rehabilitation of the Rizal Memorial Complex and Field Sports Complex. Nakita natin na may tulo na rin po. We are also committed to support grassroots sports development to encourage our youth to engage in sports. And hopefully, natatawa ako sa three-point shootout ito ni And hopefully, be future medalists for our nation. We have already sponsored the Philippine National Games Bill, and we hope to gather the support of our colleagues for the passage of the measure. Napaka-importante po nitong Philippine National Games para po itong mini Olympics. Every 2 years po itong gaganapin. At nakita natin na doon po madidiskubre ito pong ating mga atleta na nasa malalayong lugar, sa Mindanao, sa Visayas. Marami pong potential athletes doon. Ito yung mga professional players natin ngayon, sila Fajardo, Galing po yan sa Luzon, sa Cebu, sa Visayas, at marami rin pong nanggaling po sa Mindanao. Importante po rito yung suporta ng gobyerno, importante rito suporta rin po ng ating mga private sector. Once again, as your chairman po ng Committee on Sports, full support po ako sa ating mga atleta. Congratulations to our Filipino athletes for their outstanding performance in the Asian Games. May your success inspire future generations of athletes and serve as a testament to the incredible potential that lies within the Filipino spirit. Mabuhay ang atletang Pilipino. Salamat po, Senator Joel Villanueva, ating Majority Floor Leader, sa pag-sponsor ng resolusyon na ito. Mabuhay po ang atletang Pilipino, mabuhay ang Pilipinas, mabuhay rin po ang Senate Sentinels star player, Senator Joel Villanueva, and Senator Sani Angara.
Sani Angara.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Bongo.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
We appreciate the highly spirited
the Steph
delivery
Curry
of
of
speech
the Senate
of the
is
Senator Bongo.
again giving glory to our real athletes, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is our resident black belter, Taekwondo black belter, Mr. President, the distinguished lady from Pangasinan, Iloilo, and the city of San Juan. No other than Senator Grace Po. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished senator from Pangasinan, San Juan, and Iloilo is recognized. Senator Grace po.
Thank you, Mr. President. Medyo na-challenge ako, binanggit pa ni Majo yung aking past accomplishment, but I really need to continue to work out so I can deserve that grade. Anyway, I would like to, Mr. President, I would like to join our Majority Leader as well as Senator Bongo in congratulating and commending the members of the Philippine team for their outstanding performance in the 19th Asian Games. Siyempre, alam natin, si Gilas Pilipinas, si Ernest Obiena at si Margarita Ochoa, Annie Ramirez, pero marami din sa kanila ang nagbigay ng karangalan sa ating bansa. Their discipline, dedication, and perseverance are truly admirable and are worthy of recognition. Sila ang mga dapat tinitingala ng ating mga kababayan, lalong-lalo na ng mga kabataan. Dahil hindi naman sila hahantong sa punto na yan kung hindi dahil din sa kanilang sakripisyo at disiplina. They have not only brought great pride and honor to the Philippines, but also inspired and motivated so many Filipinos to continue doing their best and chasing their dreams. It is high time that we take seriously sports development in the country. The government must continue to foster and support our athletes to equip them with world-class skills and make them more competitive in the international arena. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague.
Mr. President, the distinguished gentleman from Davao and the province of Bohol, Senator Bato de la Rosa, would also like to co-sponsor the measure. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, who himself is also a great athlete, he is a champion shooter, combat shooter. No other than Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is with the deepest pride and honor that I rise to co-sponsor proposed Senate Resolution number 825, commending and congratulating the members of the Philippine team for their exemplary performance in the 19th Asian Games held in Hangzhou, China. Remember, hope is good thing, maybe the best of things, and no good thing ever dies. Words, Mr. President, from the award-winning film Shawshank Redemption. The film was set mainly inside the Shawshank State Penitentiary, wherein the main character, Andy, was sentenced to life imprisonment. Ironically, in what may be considered the most hopeless, helpless of situations, the story instead becomes a wellspring of hope and optimism, as we see Andy inspiring other prisoners to see beyond the walls of the prison, leading noble and honorable lives. Hope, Mr. President, It may not always occur to them or to us, but that is what the Philippine team has offered to the nation. In their historic performance in the 19th Asian Games, sa likod ng lahat ng paghihirap na kinakaharap ngayon ng ating bansa, tayo'y nabigyan ng dahilan upang magdiwang muli dahil sa galing at husay ng ating Philippine team. Beyond the medals and the sweetness of victory, it is the relentless and persistence of hope that is the true gift, Mr. President. Maraming salamat sa ating Philippine team dahil sa pag-asang inyong pinagkaloob sa amin. After all, it will be easy to defeat people who are merely skilled and talented, but there is nothing that can defeat a hopeful nation. Hinding-hindi magpapatalo ang pusong Pinoy. Hope is a good thing, and no good things ever dies. My warmest congratulations and gratitude once again to the Philippine team. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, my distinguished colleague.
Mr. President, last but not the least to co-sponsor the measure is our distinguished colleague from the great province of Aurora, our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, resident athlete also of the Senate Sentinel, Senator Sani Angara. Mr. President, he is now waiving his right to co-sponsor the measure. He would just want to be co-author of the measure.
Thank you. But we'd like to put on record that he's also a resident athlete, a basketball player par excellence, together with yourself, Majority Leader, and Senator Bongo.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate or propose amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 825, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution numbers 815, 812, 821, 815, 821, 822, 833, 824, 826, 827, 828, 830, 831, 833, 834, 835, 836, 837, 838, 839, 840, 841, 842, 843, 844, 845, 846, 847, 848, 849, 850, 858, and 860, subject to style. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, proposed Senate Resolution number 825, taking into consideration the proposed aforementioned Senate resolutions. There being no objection, the resolution is hereby adopted by the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I move also, Mr. President, that all members of the Senate be made co-authors of this resolution.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended for 1 minute.
President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2572 under Committee Report number 209. This is the bill on the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone and Freeport Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have closed the period of interpellations and debate. So with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
With no committee amendments, Mr. President, I move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Grace Poe.
There being no objection, motion is approved. Senator Grace Poe is recognized to sponsor the amendments.
No person wishes to interpolate. Therefore, no, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. Kaya ang amendment na.
Yes, are the amendments ready for,
Yes, Mr. President.
please proceed.
On page 5.
Are there amendments on page 1, 2, or 3, or 4?
On page 5,
Okay.
line 5, section 7E, after the word regulations, replace the semicolon with a colon and insert the phrase, provided further that the acquisition of land by Bacsesfa in areas outside of Bulacan Ecozone's territorial coverage shall not automatically expand the same. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 5, line 22, section 8, after the word "the," delete the phrase "Bulacan Ecozone shall be managed and operated," and replace it with "Bacsesfa shall operate and manage the Bulacan Ecozone." I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved. Maybe session suspended for a minute.
With the indulgence of our colleagues, especially with our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Public Services, Mr. President, I have an anterior amendment on page 1, line 8. After the word zone, insert a comma and the phrase within the framework and limitations of the Constitution. So move, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments accepted.
Mr. President, on page 2, line 2, replace all references to the Bulacan Ecozone with Bulacan Zone, Mr. President. This particular amendment, Mr. President, is to give credence, Mr. President, in marketing the area, Mr. President, instead of saying Bacsesfa, Mr. President. I think all of us...
You don't like
were-
Bacsesfa?
We were in agreement during the committee hearings, Mr. President, that it would be nice to amend and come up with a good title, which is, for me, as a certified Bulakenyo, would be Bulacan Zone. Para ho, pagka pinag-uusapan yung area, what's the big buzz in the Philippines? It's the Bulacan Zone. So, I humbly submit, Mr. President.
Not the big Bacsesfa?
May we know, Mr. President, if you are still aware of what Bacsesfa means, Mr. President?
No, I have no clue.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, it's
Mr.
I know it's an acronym for a longer name. but-
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I have no objection except to differentiate. You have the Bulacan Eco Zone Authority, so that could be BUZZ-A. Tapos, Bulacan Eco Zone, yun yung BUZZ-E. Or Bulacan.
Buzz lang, Mr. President.
Oh, sige, BUZZ.
BUZ. I am agreeable with that, Mr. President. If the distinguished sponsor would accept this representation.
Alam mo natin, magiging buza yan, at saka isa BUZZ.
Okay na yung buzz.
Yeah.
Would you want me to suspend for the two of you to discuss?
Mr. President, we are in agreement.
okay,
Mr.
Ah, in
President.
agreement?
We
What
are
is
in
it?
agreement, Mr. President.
Buzzfa or buzz or just
Because,
buzz?
Mr. President, the major factor, Mr. President, is when you invoke the authority. So it becomes BUZZ-A.
BUZZ-A. Buzz Aldrin.
Can I ask you a minute suspension?
And other members of this chamber, Mr. President.
Yes, session
we'll
is
let go, Mr. President, of page 2, Mr. President. Let me go, Mr. President, to page 3, line 14, section 5 of the Land Use Planning and Development. Page 3, line 14, after the word ecozone, insert a comma and the phrase which shall be consistent with the goals of the Philippine Development Plan. I submit to the wisdom of our sponsor, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Accepted, therefore approved.
Page 5, Mr. President, if this is still an anterior amendment, line 9, after the comma, insert the phrase, the Department of Finance, DOF, comma. I submit, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
That accepted, therefore
Still
approved.
on page 5, if this is still an anterior amendment, line 30, after the word under, insert the phrase RA 10863, or.
I accept, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr.
There
President.
be no objection by the sponsor.
My next amendment, Mr. President, is on page 6, line 11, if,
I think, are we already there, Madam Chairperson?
Before you move on, Mr. President, I have an amendment on page 5,
Line 22.
2. Line 22. Section 8, after the word "the," delete the phrase "Bulacan Eco Zone shall be managed and operated," and replace it with "Bacsesfa shall operate and manage the Bulacan Eco Zone." I so move, Mr. President.
There being objection, amendments approved. What we can do for the amendment later on the name, we can just,
later.
subject to style,
Yes.
say all the names
Yes.
will be replaced by the name that you both will agree on.
so you agree with me, Mr. President, that we should remove Bacsesfa?
Bacsesfa is more bonga, but yes, BEZ is better.
At least you agree with me, Mr. President. Let it be stated in the record.
Let's keep it simple.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr. President.
please proceed.
On the same page, line 28, so that's page 5, after the word "act," replace the period with a colon and insert the phrase, "provided that the Bacsesfa shall establish a permanent customs control or customs office at its perimeter to enhance revenue collection and prevent importation of prohibited goods into the customs territory." I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, on page 6, line 11, after the word "of," insert the phrase "the Constitution," comma. I submit, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the sponsor, amendments
And-
accepted.
I have also, on page 6, delete the line 27.
Yes, our distinguished colleague, Senator Risa Hontiveros is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. And if Mr. President and the good sponsor would allow, I just have a brief manifestation before proposing my amendments to the good sponsor. So, Mr. President, considering that the chair and the body have terminated the period of interpellation, I would just like to put this manifestation on record before I propose amendments to the bill. My office still has not received the cost-benefit analysis that the DOF said they would submit to the committee in February. I understand that the good sponsor staff members have repeatedly tried to secure it from the DOF. I would at least want to know the reason the DOF has been giving for not providing it to the Senate. As the DOF said during the committee hearing on January 31, the cost-benefit analysis would be the basis for the agency's endorsement of the bill. This is crucial because no less than the President and the former Finance Secretary Dominguez questioned the ecozone's viability and the wisdom of having an economic zone that could draw investments away from Clark. Ang ayaw naman po natin dito ay mavito ang panukalang batas na ito. Because here we are, Mr. President, deliberating on a bill that could require thousands of staff, billions in foregone revenue, possibly annual budget allocations on top of an equity commitment of 20 billion pesos, and we don't have the economic justification. Aside from insisting that our economic managers should do their job, I also worry about the rest of Region 3. We should worry that the DBM has only a limited pot of money for every region. Less than a tenth of RDC projects endorsed by our governors are given funding by the DBM. Kawawa po ang governors, di sila pinapansin. I worry for the rest of Region 3 because amounts to be given by DBM for the Bulacan Ecozone Master Plan expenditures, which also require the RDC endorsement, will very likely crowd out and bump off existing priorities also endorsed by the other Region 3 governors. Given that the majority is bent on approving this undoubtedly much improved bill, I'm proposing amendments to the effect that the Ecozone Plan and the use and disposition of the equity shall be approved by the Office of the President upon endorsement by the BACSESFA Board in consultation with the RDCs and the NEDA Board, and it will be the OP's task to ensure that it passes the scrutiny of our economic managers. I say, let the OP approve the Ecozone Plan, let NEDA and DOF assist the OP by doing the due diligence that we have always expected from them. Then, let us have a dedicated public hearing during the budget deliberations so that we can approve multi-year obligation authorities that the DBM would recommend. In this way, due diligence is not sacrificed, prudence in the allocation of funds is ensured, we protect the RDC priorities from being crowded out, and we do not pass on to the RDC the job of the legislature and the executive. So thank you for allowing me to say that, Mr. President, good sponsor. Here now are my proposals. On page 6, line 14, add a new sentence at the end of section 9 that shall read, the RDC endorsement or comments to the Bulacan Ecozone Plan, as well as subsequent amendments to the plan, shall be submitted to the Office of the President in order to ensure that the plans are finally vetted, prioritized, and translated into budgets, so that the new section would then read, Section 9, Development Goals for the Bulacan Ecozone. The BACSESFA shall include in its development goals for the Bulacan Ecozone the construction and operation of a domestic and international airport and allied businesses within the framework of national development plans, policies, and goals. The administrator shall, upon approval by the Board of Directors of the BACSESFA, submit the Bulacan Ecozone plans, programs, and projects to the RDC for inclusion and inputs to the overall regional development plan. The RDC endorsement or comments to the Bulacan Ecozone plan, as well as subsequent amendments to the plan, shall be submitted to the Office of the President in order to ensure that the plans are finally vetted, prioritized, and translated into budgets. I so move, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Salamat, good sponsor.
Duly accepted, therefore approved.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
On page 6, line 27, on page 6, delete line 27 up to line 7 of page 7. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to your motion, the amendment is approved.
On page 9, line 7, section 13, after the word agencies, replace the semicolon with a colon and insert the phrase, provided further that the establishment, construction, and operation and maintenance of public utilities as provided herein shall not infringe upon or affect the operations of any entity that has been previously granted a franchise to operate within the province of Bulacan. I so move.
There being no objection to your motion, amendment is approved.
On page 6, on page 11, line 10.
Mr. President, may I introduce on page 7, line 20, delete the phrase registered with and replace it with in. I submit, Mr. President.
Subject to style, what does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr.
Mr. President,
It's
also on
accepted.
page 7, line 20, replace the word
Approved.
mat.
I have to act on it first.
I-
Okay na, approved. Please proceed.
I'm introducing, Mr. President, on page 7, line 20, replace the word matter with purpose. And then on page 7, line 30, replace the words local government with
Let's
LGUs.
do it one by one,
Okay,
Your
Mr.
Honor,
President.
so that it's clear. So you're saying page 7, line
Line
20, replace
20.
the word matter with purpose?
With purpose.
What does
If-
the sponsor
If the
say?
sponsor would agree.
I accept, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Accepted by the sponsor, therefore approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. And on page 7, line 30, replace the words local government with LGUs, just to be consistent, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President.
There being no objection, accepted, approved.
Page ka na, 11.
Page 11.
Yeah. Mr. President, on page 8, line 29, delete the phrase municipality of Bulacan and its extensions and replace it with LGUs comprising the Bulacan zone. I submit, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President.
Thank you,
There being no
Mr. President.
objection, approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 9, line 26, after the word gambling and the comma, insert the phrase whether in person or online, Mr. President. I submit.
Accepted by the,
I accept
Thank you.
wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Therefore approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleague. Let me again put that into the records of this August chamber that our Senate President and our dear colleague Senator Grace Po are also not in favor of promoting gambling in every side of this country, Mr. President. Mr. President, another amendment that I'd like to propose is on page 10, line 3. After the word assets, insert a period in a new sentence which shall read as follows. In no instance shall the Philippine government guarantee any bonds issued by the BACSESFA, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr.
They're
President.
accepted, therefore approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 10, line 12, after the word department, insert a colon and the following proviso. Provided, finally, that frameworks, tools, methods, and skills, including but not limited to the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, or EITI, shall be utilized in order to improve governance and management of natural resources within the Bulacan zone. I submit, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Accepted, approved.
Mr. President, last on page 10, line 31, after the word forces, insert a comma and the phrase in accordance with RA number 9514, otherwise known as the Fire Code of the Philippines of 2008. I submit, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President.
There
Thank
being
you,
no
Mr.
objection,
President. I'll be
amendments
all.
approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Moving on page 11, line 10, section 14, delete the phrase 13 and replace it with 15. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendments approved.
Again, on page 11, line 26, section 14C and 8, delete the entire subsection 8 and replace it with 8, replace it with 8, the mayor of the municipality of Bulacan, and 2 designated representatives of the mayors of the remaining cities and municipalities covering the Bulacan ecozone to be elected among themselves. I so move, Mr. President.
Subject to style. Any objection? There being none, amendments accepted and approved.
On page 12, line 6, section 14, after the word board, add a comma and insert the phrase except the ex officio members. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendments approved.
That's it for that's all for our individual amendments, Mr. President.
Page 14 ako. 14 ka. 17. Mr. President, if I may, on page 14, line 17, delete the word it. I submit, Mr. President.
There, accepted.
Again, page 14.
Page 14, line 17,
Line 17,
delete the word IT, Mr. President.
and demand the Baksa. Okay, I accept, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, accepted, approved.
Thank you. Mr. President, on page 14, delete lines 26 to 31 and in lieu thereof, insert the following. Letter A, Special Skills Visa. The BACSESFA shall recommend the issuance of Special Skills Visa renewable every 3 years to foreign executives and foreign technicians with highly specialized skills which no Filipino possesses, subject to the issuance of the certification and alien employment permit by the DOLE. Applications for the Special Skills Visa shall be sponsored by the registered enterprises that required the expertise of the applicants, provided that such enterprises shall formulate and undertake an understudy or skills development program to ensure the transfer of technology or skills to Filipino workers. I submit, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President. That's
there's
it's a very good
Yes, it's an
amendment.
additional improvement to the bill.
Transfer.
It's accepted,
Thank you.
therefore approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleague. Mr. President, on page 15, line 4, after the word "to," insert the phrase, "the provisions of RA number 11448, otherwise known as the Transnational Higher Education Act." And I submit, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President.
It's accepted, therefore approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 15, same page, line 24, after the word "capable," insert the phrase "with legitimate sources of income," comma. I submit, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President.
Accepted, therefore approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 15, line 27, replace the word "should" with "shall." I submit, Mr. President.
They're being
I accept.
accepted by the, therefore approved.
Again, on page 15, line 28, delete the phrase "should said" and replace it with the phrase "in the event that the." I submit, Mr. President.
So it will be in the event that the investments be withdrawn.
Yes.
I accept, Mr. President.
There being objection, accepted by the sponsor.
On
approved.
page 15, line 28, replace with the word "be" with "are." I submit, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President.
Accepted, approved.
On page 15, line 29, replace the word "said" with "the." So the sentence will now read as follows: in the event that the investments are withdrawn from the Philippines, the investor's visa issued to the said foreign nationals shall automatically expire or be withdrawn. I submit, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr.
Accepted,
President.
therefore
Thank you,
approved.
Mr. President. On page 15, lines 30 to 32, delete the sentence starting with the word "the" up to the word "loss." I submit, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President.
It's accepted, therefore approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. My next proposed amendments on page 16, if our colleagues would.
Yes, ready.
Page 16, line 14, delete the word "management" and the comma. I submit, Mr. President.
I accept.
It's accepted, therefore approved.
Mr. President, thank you. On page 17, line 2, on remittances, Mr. President, after the word "amended" and the comma, insert the phrase "the Manual of Regulations on Foreign Exchange Transactions of the BSP," comma. I submit, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Accepted, therefore approved.
On page 17, lines 7 and 8, oh, anterior.
Yes, Senator Risa is recognized.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President, and to the Majority Leader. Good sponsor, on page 17, line 6, after the word "coordination," I propose to add the phrase, comma, "the Bulacan Eco Zone Plan shall be approved by the President upon vetting of its overall economic viability and prioritization of sub-projects by NEDA, DOF, and the DBM, semicolon," so that the new Section 24 would now read, Section 24, Supervision and Control. For purposes of policy direction and coordination, the Bulacan Eco Zone Plan shall be approved by the President upon vetting of its overall economic viability and prioritization of sub-projects by NEDA, DOF, and the DBM, semicolon. BACSESFA shall be under the direct supervision and control of the OP of the Philippines, provided that the grant of fiscal incentives shall be subject to the provisions of Title 13 of the NIRC of 1997 as amended. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, this is consistent with the good senator's earlier proposal of the involvement of the OP for approval. I accept.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, good sponsor.
Thank you very much. It's accepted, therefore approved. Majority Leader,
Mr. President, on page, saan na ako?
17, line 7 and 8. Number 26 in the...
On page 17, line 2, oh no, line 7 and 8, Mr. President, delete the entire proviso. The rationale, Mr. President, is that this is already found under the section on fiscal incentives, Mr. President. So I was
It's
wondering if we
redundant.
can delete it now, delete it instead, Mr. President, because it's already in the section on fiscal incentives.
Can you repeat again what section and what line?
Page 17, lines 7 and 8.
Lines 7 and 8 to remove.
To remove the entire proviso, Mr. President, because this is also found under section on fiscal incentives, Mr. President.
Would you want 1 minute, Madam, so
You
that
want
you
me to-
can...
I mean, we could, but although it's strengthening also the.
I don't mind.
Okay,
Mr. President, I don't mind. I can withdraw my proposal,
Yeah,
Mr.
it's better
President.
that they're
Yeah, if we
redundant.
could just keep it
Yeah,
there
we'll
so
just
that-
keep it
Sure,
there.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
President.
much.
Mr. President, Mr. President, I withdraw my proposal. May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr.
Session
President?
suspended for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I just make an omnibus amendment, Mr. President, to fix the format of Republic Act numbers and the titles thereof and all subsequent mentions of the RAs throughout the bill. I submit, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President.
Accepted and therefore approved.
Last but not the least, Mr. President, another omnibus amendment to spell out the names of departments, agencies, and offices in the first instance that they are mentioned and use their acronyms in subsequent mentions of the measure of the bill. I submit, Mr. President.
Mr. President, have we decided already on the
The title, hindi pa.
hindi pa naman, no?
This is more of the departments, agencies, government
Okay.
agencies. Now, we can, at first instance, we can mention and
The
spell
full
it
name.
out, but in the succeeding, Mr.
Yeah.
President, we can use acronyms and subsequent mentions in the bill.
Yes, that's for
Just
for
for-
ease of reading. Yes, I accept, Mr.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
President.
it's accepted,
Thank you,
therefore
dear
approved.
colleague, Senator Grace po. Maraming
We can
salamat.
go back to the title.
Mamaya na lang, di ba?
Can we do it later,
Oh, yes,
Mr.
we can do it
President?
later. Of course.
Mr. President, can I ask for 1 minute suspension? I'll just use
Yes, session suspended.
President, the distinguished gentleman from Sorsogon, Senator Chis Escudero, is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr.
My
President.
distinguished colleague from the province of Sorsogon, Senator Escudero, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of our distinguished colleagues and the chairperson of the sponsor, rather, of the measure, may I propose the following amendments. On page 2, line 2, after the word "the," delete the phrase Bulacan Ecozone and replace it with the letters capital B, small letter U, capital Z, or buzz. And thereafter, wherever the phrase Bulacan Ecozone is found, for the same to be replaced by the word capital B, small letter U, capital Z. I so move, Mr. President.
I accept.
It seems with a heavy heart, her voice sounds that she accepts it, therefore it is approved.
She will have a better tone in the next amendment, Mr. President.
Mr. President, may I just place into the record our sincerest thanks to our dear colleague, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Public Services, and the gentleman from Sorsogon for echoing, Mr. President, the voice of true Bulaqueños here in this august chamber. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
You can
Actually,
also use the word repeating instead of the word you use.
Actually, Mr. President, I am deferring to the gentleman, to our majority leader
Who's
from
from
Bulacan,
Bulacan?
because that's really his hometown. So
Yes.
he should be the primary voice here in the Senate for that. Thank
Exactly what I said also during the break. Eventually, he's the one representing that beautiful province of Bulacan. So we will defer to the wishes of our Bulaqueño here.
you. Okay.
Next amendment, Mr. President, on the same page, page 2, line 22, after the word "the," delete the word "baksesfa" in all capital letters and replace it with the word or acronym BEZA, all in capital letters, and wherever the word "baksesfa" may be found, for the same to be replaced as well with the word BEZA. I so move, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President, kasi that sounds like Bez. Okay. The
Mr.
Bez,
President,
ah.
antecedent,
The Bez,
I just act on it. There
Yeah.
being no objection from the sponsor, the amendment is approved.
antecedent amendment, Mr. President, on the same page, page 2, line 21, after the word Bulacan, delete the phrase airport city. And to delete the same phrase airport city whenever the same may be found in relation to the authority. I so move, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President, because this will lessen the confusion, because the airport is a separate entity from the eco zone.
Okay, it's accepted by the sponsor, therefore approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Third amendment, proposed amendment, Mr. President, on section 7, page 5, line 16, paragraph G. Delete the phrase, quote, "the defense of the Bulacan ecozone and replace the same with the phrase, 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended for me.
Mr. President, on page 5, line 16, section 7, paragraph G, delete the phrase "the defense of the Bulacan Ecozone" so that and after the word response on line 17, insert the phrase "within."
Mr. President, may I ask the proponent to please read into the record how the provision will be?
I'll make it simpler, Mr. President. The lead is correct. May I propose the deletion of paragraph G, section 7, located on page 5, line 16 to 21, and in lieu thereof, to insert in replacement thereof the following. Paragraph G, the security of its perimeter, maintenance of peace and order, firefighting, and disaster response within the BUZ shall be the responsibility of the NG in cooperation with the BUZ and the LGUs, provided that for the cost of securing the BUZ, the Office of the President, OP, shall, upon the recommendation of the Department of Finance, establish a cost-sharing scheme within the BUZA and the relevant NGAs.
I accept, Mr. President.
It's accepted, therefore.
Next amendment, Mr. President, on page 14, section 19, line 23, after the word visa, insert the phrase "with the Department of Foreign Affairs," open parenthesis, DFA, close parenthesis, which shall have an extension office. Therefore, that section should read, foreign nationals who either intend to invest in the Bulacan, in the BUZ, or possess highly specialized skills can apply for a special resident visa with the Department of Foreign Affairs, DFA, which shall establish an extension office in BUZ, subject to relevant labor and immigration laws, rules, and regulations. So moved, Mr. President.
Mr. President, before I accept, I would like to be clarified by the proponent whether the SRV, the intent is for the SRV to be approved by the Department of Foreign Affairs and not the Department of Bureau of Immigration.
It is my understanding, Mr. President, Your Honor, that all visas are issued by the Department of Foreign Affairs and that it is being implemented merely by the Bureau of Immigration, which is why it is a practice as well in Subic and Clark that there is an extension office, I believe, of the DFA there to process visa applications.
Mr. President, I would like to be clarified further on this because my understanding, the visas of the ones that are staying here, like for example, yung mga pogo nga na binibigyan ng visa, hindi ba immigration yun, hindi DFA? So, is there a delineation between what type of businesses are issued by, visas issued by the immigration and which ones are issued by the DFA? Can we be clarified?
A minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Um, Mr. President, I will just withdraw my proposed amendment given the clarifications issued by our former Secretary of Foreign Affairs.
We thank the good gentleman for that. Are there any other amendments? Please proceed.
Yes, Mr. President. I know I'm not the last one who will propose amendments, but given that I am proposing amendments at this juncture, my last amendment, Mr. President, would be in the title of the measure to delete the phrase airport city in the title of the measure.
Yeah. Being consistent with the other proposed amendments, I accept, Mr. President.
Yes, they're accepted, approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Distinguished sponsor.
Thank you to Senator Chisa Escudero, our legal expert here in the Senate, for your inputs.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from Taguig and Pateros, Senator Alan Cayetano, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the good lady senator from San Juan and Pangasinan yield to some clarificatory questions before I propose or do not propose any amendments?
Mr. President, of course, for the nice cordial relationship we have with each other here, of course, I will best try to answer the question of the gentleman from Taguig. Hopefully, it's not really the tone of an interpellation.
Yeah. Well, Mr. President, I did not object to closing the interpellation yesterday because it's without prejudice, but I commit to the good sponsor that it will be connected with in their understanding or improving the bill, because I have to be very honest about this. One part of me thinks that it is a much improved super eco zone that's very good for the country. But another part of me believes it's a San Miguel, Bulacan autonomous region that sort of mixed up government programs. But as I said, that might be my understanding, and I've been reading the interpellation with Senator Pimentel and Senator Tiveros, and it's been very enlightening, the House discussions. So I think the lady senator will be more than equipped, given such experience in her committees with this. Mr. President, I'd like to start with a biblical principle na whatever we sow, we will reap. Kung anong ating itatanim, yan ang ating aanihin. And the 1987 Constitution basically allowed Congress to create the NEDA because in the past, economic decisions were being made by politicians rather than a professional agency dealing with economics. No? And then before I think Congress passed the law, President Cory had an executive order or presidential proclamation strengthening and reorganizing NEDA. So my first question is actually, what is the, to the knowledge of the good senator sponsor, ano po ang stand ng NEDA about creating this economic zone?
Mr. President, at the moment, what NEDA is requesting is a master plan of the economic zone. On the other hand, we put also in the bill that any master plan or any plan has to be approved by the Office of the President once this is already created. But it's pretty clear also that what the intention of this is, which is to spur economic growth, to encourage manufacturing and the free flow of goods and within the area so that there will be more investors. Informally, the Secretary of Finance, who we just confirmed today, is very supportive of this measure.
Mr. President, I have here letters from NEDA, although this was during the first bill that was vetoed. First is to the Honorable Grace Elpo, Chairperson, Committee on Public Service. I'll just read the highlighted portion that deals with the Bulacan International Airport project. The proposed project scope, terms, parameters are different from what the NEDA board approved on 25th April 2018. The report on the results of negotiations of the Department of Transportation for the project was approved December 20, while the concession agreement was signed on 18 September. The project pursued through BOT law, which automatically grants proponents public partnership projects the necessary franchise pursuant to Section 12.3 of BOT law, implementing rules and regulation. Given this, the NEDA board approved terms and scope should be followed. The NEDA investment coordinating review and approval process aims to safeguard interests by requiring public investment projects to rigorously appraise for their economic viability, financial viability, fiscal impact, appropriate risk allocation, and interconnectivity, and other infrastructure projects of government, among other factors deliberated in the NEDA ICC. Mahaba po eh. So let me skip to the... Given this, we express our deep reservations to the passage of House Bill 7507 and SB 1823 and other legislative franchises to seek the scope and terms thereof. But this was only dealing with the airport. So before I go to the other two letters, can you clarify? So there are three projects, no? The airport city, and the eco zone. Tama po ba yan?
Mr. President,
Tama po ba? Just to clarify yung stand ng NEDA, tama po ba there are three projects? The airport city, and then the eco zone?
Yes, we have as you mentioned, the airport economic zone, which is the actual area, and then the...
So airport city,
Airport
and
city.
then the eco zone.
Yes, the eco zone. Actually, within the eco zone, meron pang ibang classification, yung free port, di ba?
Yes.
These are the different incentives that will be
So just to clarify, to give a better picture of what we're talking about, yung sinasabing 2,500 hectares, yun yung airport city or yun yung airport alone?
Actually, 55. Airport city lang yon because the actual economic zone is much bigger.
So how big is the airport compared to the airport city?
Actually, you mean the economic zone?
No,
It's
the,
about
no, the
55,000.
franchise kasi talks about airport vis-a-vis airport city, and then the eco zone in the areas specified that the airport city and airport are also in it. So I assume the airport is in the airport city, and then the airport city is in the eco zone. But can we clarify how big are these? So how big is the airport vis-a-vis the airport city?
Actually, the airport and the airport city, that's 2,500.
Okay. So
2,500
hectares. Okay.
Sabihin ko square meters, parang kulang.
Yeah. So loosely we can say that the airport and airport city is
Are the same.
The same. Kasi compared, for example, to NAIA, we're just talking about the runway, the terminal, and
Correct.
some support facilities. Pero yung ibang private na katabi, hindi nakasama sa airport yon, di ba? But etong 2,500 airport city. Okay. So in order to make what is the concept of the eco zone? Is it to help the airport, or the airport will help the eco zone? Help me understand why are we proposing an eco zone?
Mr. President, actually it will be a mutual advantage to both. As we have used as an example earlier, the Shannon Freeport Zone in Ireland was the one and the airport was the one that spurred economic growth. Kasi nandyan na yung ease of transport, delivering goods, transporting people, beside the eco zone, which accepted manufacturing companies and other service-oriented companies within that area. So, tutulong talaga yung airport kasi mas madali yung transportation. Kunyari, meron silang mga semiconductors na gustong i-export kagad, hindi na kailangan ng mga trucking na malalaki para i-export o dalhin sa airport. At the same time, yung mga dumarating rin from the airport will be able to go to their place of work much easier. In fact, they don't really have to move around out of that eco zone if they didn't need to.
Yeah, I will agree with you that it will be mutually beneficial, but can we clarify? So the airport and airport city is private.
Yes, Mr. President, that's why we were able to, that's why they had to go through the process of obtaining a franchise.
But the eco zone, what kind of animal is it? Is it it's public compared to private, right?
Yes, because it's under the authority of the, well, we don't call them the Baksesfa anymore, but we call them now the Buzz A.
Okay,
Beza.
BESA. So, but what's the nature? Is it a local government? Is it a GOCC? Is it a chartered corporation? Ano ang nature ng eco zone?
It will be like a GOCC, Mr. President.
Okay, and if it's mutually beneficial, meaning yung private makikinabang din dito sa government.
Siyempre, makikinabang because
Yes.
with the seed capital, there'll be infrastructure and there are also tax incentives, so, yes.
But Clark, would you have information kung punong-puno na ng, is there any more room for locators in Clark?
You know what, Mr. President, I haven't really been to Clark recently, but I know that one of their proposals is even to have housing within Clark.
Yes. So that's
So
my,
I suppose that there is still room for expansion.
that's my point precisely, Madam Chair. That's why we need NEDA. Because we cannot say that the Bulacan Economic Zone will benefit the whole country without the study, because Clark has about 35,000 hectares owned by government. So between a private corporation, the airport city, and between Clark, which has an international airport, we should protect Clark. So let me now refer to a letter to the House of Representatives addressed to Yusek Paras from Carl Kendrick Chua. Sabi niya, however, we'd like to reiterate the policy of the Cabinet Economic Team as related to the Senate and the House of Representatives in a joint letter. The Department of Finance and the Department of Budget Management, NEDA, dated 2 August 29. The creation of a more tax-free zone does not always guarantee economic success, and that the communities even lose out if the giving of tax revenues exceed the perceived benefits of having eco zones. In 2017 alone, tax incentives amounted to 441 billion pesos, 2.8% of GDP or 17% of national government expenditures. Given the possible fiscal implication of the bill, we suggest that an assessment of the net benefits that will be derived from the eco zone and airport project be made at the minimum before considering any bill that proposes to create more eco zones. There should be a master plan and cost-benefit analysis to identify which areas in the country should benefit from the eco zones and which activities in these eco zones should be supported to contribute to economic growth of regions and the country. There's another letter addressed again to Jacinto Paras. So ito yung 2020, ito yung una. So my question is, between that time, 2020 and now, have we had a cost-benefit analysis, and do we have a master plan?
Mr. President, we know for a fact that during the past administration, they were actually trimming the, I guess, the incentives or shortening the incentives that were initially offered to locators in eco zones. That's why it was rationalized in the CREATE. And because of that, there's also been some concerns from the private sector that because of the sunset clause, a lot of them are already leaving the country or are looking for other places to relocate. In fact, there is a proposal from some sectors to actually amend the CREATE law to accommodate certain corrections so that we don't drive away these investors. So in answering your question, is there a study from the NEDA from that time for the cost-benefit analysis? Unfortunately, being transparent about it. They haven't submitted. But again, I always say, and this is in my opening interpellation, sometimes the hindrance to economic growth, ironically, is also the very agencies that are supposed to promote it because of the bottlenecks that they create. In fact, earlier on, there were already proposals to rehabilitate the NAIA Airport, but because of the studies na matagal nang hinihintay, hindi pa rin matuloy-tuloy. Kung nangyari yan noong 2017, sana by this time, maayos na yung airport natin. Kung titignan natin yung Bulacan area na paglalagyan nitong eco zone na ito, marami doon mga fish ponds. Ngayon, syempre, kailangan din naman natin ng fish pond, pero ang sinasabi natin din dito, yung value of the development, well, parang from zero yan eh. From zero, or sabihin na natin from 5 to astronomically more because high-value industries yung magre-relocate doon. So ito na lang for me, common sense. And of course, we need the guidance of NEDA in most cases, but at some point, we also have to exercise the discretionary our discretion as congressional members of the legislature to think of what we feel is better being proactive for our countrymen. So for me, no-brainer, wala dun ngayon. Malalagyan mo ng something, mas may value kaysa sa wala.
Madam, Mr. President, I would agree with the good sponsor that we cannot be solely reliant on NEDA. But we cannot guess whether it will be a good project or not economically. So did the Senate or any expert in the Senate make their own study and have a cost benefit? We have tax experts dito sa Ways and Means. We have our LBRMO. So while I will agree with you na common sense na hindi naman pwedeng we just rely on the agencies, pero common sense din naman, hindi naman tayo pwedeng manghula na kung sa Cavite natin to lalagay or sa Bataan or sa Pangasinan, it will be good because nga, may cost and may benefit eh. Whatever we do in Bulacan will affect Nueva Ecija, will affect Cebu, will affect, affect Batangas. I'll point that out later on. So, going to June 10, 2022, mas explicit pa dito, given the possible fiscal implementations of proposal, NEDA is not inclined to support the bill. Furthermore, the establishment of the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone should have a thorough assessment of its cost and benefit to make sure that it will be much beneficial to the government and the rest of the country. At the minimum, there should be a master plan for the proposed special economic zone that takes into account larger and regional, national and regional context. No? So in fact, hindi lang walang study, may opposition na ang NEDA, which goes to the latest letter, February 1, 2024. This comes from the NEDA of the present administration of President Marcos, Arsenio Balisacan, a known economist. Ang sabi niya, di ba, we recognize the importance of the Bulacan Ecozone. However, we'd like to reiterate the concerns raised by the President himself on the need to thoroughly study and assess the cost to ensure the establishment of the economic zone would be beneficial to the whole country. So, kuha ko po point nyo na obviously it will benefit Bulacan, but siguro that's the difference between the House and the Senate. If I was a congressman ng Bulacan, I would be fighting for Bulacan. If I was congressman of Cavite, Batangas, I would be looking at the parochial, but that's why we have a Senate. We should balance all of this. I had the privilege of hearing the debates between Senator Serge Usmeña, Senator Ralph Recto, and Senator Angara in the viability, and Senator Enrile about CESA and APECO, and of course Senator Pimentel, no? And it was very enlightening kasi nga these were some instances where on one hand you have Senator Angara from Aurora and Senator Enrile from Cagayan, and if they didn't put that economic zone, kawawa talaga lugar nila. On the other hand, there had to be some balancing. But in this case, Bulacan is in Central Luzon, and Metro Manila and Central Luzon, if I'm not mistaken, has the best economic indicators. So going to the point So are we saying we are proposing to pass this bill with no economic agency, think tank, or whatever endorsing or giving us a study as a basis for us to agree or disagree on? So, in other words, sorry for this word, nanguhula lang ba tayo dito?
Mr. President, I know that there are certain things that are being clarified, but is there any amendment in the statement of our gentleman from Taguig?
Depende po sa sagot. Kasi kung ang sagot ng huhula lang tayo dito, we should not be talking about amendments. We should be talking about not passing the bill per se. Because it's too big a project and a bill to rush and then hindi tayo sure kung ano mangyayari. And you don't want this vetoed again, no? Which goes to my other question. Have we coordinated with the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office? Did they give an indication if the President is inclined to veto or to accept this bill?
Mr. President,
May I add to
if
that?
I may,
Okay.
if I may answer first, okay. When you're asking for a cost-benefit analysis, even with the best studies, these are just analysis and a prediction of what it can be based on what the proposal is. We're already saying that this proposal, for example, with the airport itself, will have how many runways, and then with the proposal of San Miguel, the transportation, the connectivity of the trains, etc. We've seen already the example of NAIA, where it's so congested around there because they weren't able to do the earlier planning. And with the gentleman mentioning, will this just benefit Bulacan? And this is a parochial measure that should be the job of Congress and not the Senate. I think that's, well, I find it quite, I don't know, maybe for me, I mean, you have Bulacan, but is it just restricted to passengers that are flying to the Bulacan area? Obviously not. The NAIA airport is in Pasay, but all of us benefit from that. That's why, Mr. President, obviously there's a far-reaching benefit. It doesn't mean that people only from Bulacan will be working there. People from the nearby provinces will also benefit from it. So, going back to your question, is there a study? Well, of course, in the committee hearings, we invited experts to give their opinions, and there are a lot of business leaders that are supportive of this, not just the ones from San Miguel. We also have the Senate Tax Office and the Senate Economic Planning Office that weighed in on this because, unfortunately, even if we're here in the Senate, hindi natin mapilit yung mga departments na mag-submit na kayo. But then again, Senator Ralph Recto, who is now currently the Secretary of Finance, has said, I'm supportive of it. I think it will be good. So, Mr. President, that's what I can offer now.
Yes.
And
Well, Mr. President, first my question kasi nanghuhula lang ba tayo? The answer apparently is yes. Because iba po yung we weigh in na nagbigay tayo ng opinion, iba yung may study tayo. So for example, if you say, are you in favor, Alan, of building the airport in the Laguna Lake? I'm in favor, taga-Taguig ako eh. I'm in favor sa Bulacan, taga-Bulacan din kami. Diba? But if you ask me, is that an expert opinion? Do you have a study? Wala. Second point, the good sponsor is arguing for the airport. Wala na tayong tanong sa airport. Batas na yon, and we all want that. We're talking about the ecozone, not the airport. There is a study for the airport, regardless kung ano stand ng ibang agencies, may franchise na yung airport eh. Okay na yon. Okay na yung airport city, 2,500 hectares. And it's not true that yung problema sa NAIA, Bulacan lang ang sagot because Clark Airport is also there and it's a beautiful airport and again, you have 35,000 hectares na gobyerno may-ari. So, ang question natin dito, saan dapat kumiling ang gobyerno? Sa private or sa public? And kung sasabihin natin, pareho naman itong pwedeng public dahil yung ecozone public, kaya tayo humihingi ng study. What study can we agree on or dispute that will say that there is a probability na successful tong ecozone? We do this with everything. So when we have proposals here in Senate, we never excuse that. I mean, barangay lang ng Taguig, hindi natin mapasa-pasa dito dahil yung DNR kulang sa certification. Di ba? So, state university lang, pag may kulang na isang certification sa professor or whatever, we don't say it's our prerogative. We demand for them to submit it to make sure. So let me ask this question. Kaninong proposal ba tong ecozone? Is it San Miguel's proposal? Is it a proposal of a business group? Is it a proposal of legislators? Of course, my sponsor, but sinong nagpro-propose nito?
For the record,
Well, first of-
I'd like to put that I'm the principal author of this here.
No question about that, Mr. Senate President. The reason why I'm asking sino ang original proponent nito, because usually, the burden of showing that it is beneficial is the original proponent. So like, I'm handling some of the BCDA amendments, but the proponent is BCDA. I'm just going to, and meron author dito. So I'm not questioning, I'm not even deciding whether it's a good or bad project. I'm just saying, I'm trying to search who is standing up saying that scientifically, this is a good project, rather than us guessing and saying, kasi hindi naman po totoo na lahat ng ecozone did well. There were ecozones who did not do well. Plus, we have to protect Clark. Diba? That's why I'm asking, sino bang proponent nito? Dahil dapat yung proponent is not only here, but will provide all of this. I mean, even the projects ng China na regalo or grant, humingi tayo ng feasibility studies
Mr. President, wait. First of all, hindi tayo nanghuhula dito. Nagkaroon tayo ng ilang committee hearing and we invited experts. I wish also the gentleman from Taguig had attended. There is a study of 130.9 billion in revenue or 0.5% of GDP and 1.2 million jobs derived from this. So, pag sinabi niya, hindi na naman yan sure Yan lang yung sinasabi nila ganun din naman kahit na NEDA rin pang nang nagbigay nito. These are also done by economists that submitted to our committee during our deliberations, and we took matter into our hands because it's taking for government, again, dragging their feet from submitting. Now, number two, during the interpellations, it's also very difficult. When we spoke actually to Senator Recto, he said he confirmed that it is hard to calculate the exact cost because there's nothing there yet. In fact, parang hindi bali kung meron na nga doon pero magdadagdag ng improvements doon. So there's no big taxpayer in the area. So kung sino man ang maglalagay doon, biglang magkakaroon ng revenue from that. I understand also the concern and I appreciate it na, okay, why don't we protect Clark? Because that's a government establishment. But the government will also invest here. But it doesn't mean na pabayaan natin yung public sector, yung private sector, yung public lang ang aanuhin natin. Kahit na merong deficiency. Nakikita naman natin, Mr. President, na yung NAIA, kahit na nandyan yung Clark, yung mga airline mismo, hindi pa nga nila sinasabi na okay, mas gusto pa rin nila pumunta dito sa NAIA for some reason because of the proximity to the National Capital Region. That's why you have to keep reinventing yourself. That's why Clark is adding other things to entice more people to go there. So it's really the responsibility now of the biggest investors in the private sector. Let me remind also our colleagues here that in the board of BEZA, there will be a representative from the national government, NEDA, DOTR, the DOF will be there. In other eco zones, of course, they failed because there are no investors. But here, there's already an investor. We know that San Miguel is very motivated to invest here because of the airport franchise that they have.
Mr. President, let me, refresh the chairperson's memory. Sabi niya kasi we had hearings here. You had one hearing. And that hearing lasted 2 hours. Actually, 1 hour and 44 minutes and 1 hour 44.5 minutes. It started at 10 a.m., it adjourned at 11:44 a.m. So it's not true that very comprehensive ang ating discussions.
Although for the
Mr.
record-
President,
but
this
for
is
the-
already a bill. that was discussed beforehand.
Yeah, in other words, I was
And
about
that's
to
why
say,
we
it's the
were
second round.
concentrating on the vetoed provisions.
Yes, I'm not yet finished, Madam. I was referring to, there's a difference between consultations that we're asking everyone and studies. You know, I had the privilege of being in the cabinet, and the Foreign Affairs Department always negotiates this. And in whether it was, I forgot what country na, ang gusto ng DOE natin, maglagay tayo dito ng para sa liquefied fuel, no? Lahat yan may studies. Or let me say it this way. Did we approve CESA, APECO, AFAB without NEDA? Di ba lahat yun may NEDA? I was here din eh. Narinig ko yung ano doon eh, yung debate noon eh. Even with the NEDA, may nag-argue na hindi dapat.
Mr. President, we will check our records about the deliberations of those others with regards to the submissions of NEDA. But again, all the plans here will be either approved or not by the Office of the President. The plans of the BEZA will be submitted also for approval. Now, Mr. President, the difference is in those other eco zones, it's very rare that you have also other motivated investors, private investors, that will also take a risk on that area, where now is also thirsting for investments. So, Mr. President, kahit na sabihin mo highly urbanized na yung Bulacan, syempre, that's the incentive for the investor. It is already sort of urbanized, but still has a lot of room for development. Hindi naman, syempre, there's no 100% altruism na they'll go to a far away area and develop there. It will take a lot of subsidy from the government. That's why they chose this, because they know it will be profitable, but at the same time, it will also serve in public service, because obviously, NAIA is congested, we have Clark, and the more airports, actually in the United States, every few, I don't know how many airports, every few, not few, but maybe every less than 100 miles meron. In LA, you have the LAX, and then you have another airport, I think it's called the Bob Hope Airport.
Yes,
And,
in Burbank Airport.
the Burbank Airport. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, the Burbank Airport, and then you have other airports for different functions. Mr. President, no, I respect the concern of our colleague, and if you would like to object to this, I can't do anything. At least for the record, he has signified his objection. But we're at the period already that if he has something to amend, then we can accept or maybe.
Yeah, we're in the
reject.
period without prejudice to questions, Mr. President, precisely because this is a one-of-a-kind special economic zone, because it introduces a lot of new things. But let me go back to what the good lady senator sponsor was discussing. She was discussing again the airport. Wala namang question na willing ang San Miguel na mag-invest sa airport. And I don't know if she's aware, if you are aware, Madam Chair, Mr. Senate President, isa yun sa sinabi sa San Miguel Corporation when they proposed the airport. If you want to propose an airport there, but since we have Clark, kailangan walang special favors, walang additional, and you cannot have benefits better than Clark, because it is anti-graph for us. And we're talking about the executive department, it is anti-graph for us to give something special to the private when we have to protect the public. That's why.
Mr. President, that there's equality in the law. We have no extra benefits or
No.
incentives here.
By
that was not given to
Mr.
Clark.
President, let me finish. That's why I'm saying, that's why I'm asking, and I'm thinking, and I'm trying to understand whether this eco zone is tailored for this airport. Because the good chairperson keeps saying that may mag-i-invest kasi dito eh. May nag-i-invest nga sa Clark yung gobyerno nga ng Pilipinas eh. 'Di ba? So So it's not an argument to make the economic zone because ang San Miguel is investing in the airport. We're supporting San Miguel. We want that airport to work where they're expropriating left and right. We're helping them with the infrastructure. Walang question doon. Ang basic first question, what is our scientific basis? What is the economic studies? Who are the experts who came in with a study, not with an opinion, in saying that maganda tong economic zone na to? Because if it doesn't, then 5 years, 10 years, 15 years from now, 20 years, they'll look back at the Senate and say, ba't nyo kasi nirush eh? Pwede nyo namang hintayin yung study. So, which, I'll go to my next question. The franchise allows the airport to have 12 years to be built. So why are we rushing the eco zone
If I may,
kung wala pa naman yung
Mr. President,
airport?
alam mo ang problema sa ating bansa, sa sobrang bagal dahil palaging may pinoprotektahan na ganito, dahil, teka tayo, ang pag-aralan natin yan. Nakita na nga natin, puro fish pond na nga yung nandun. At yung mismong local government, ang gusto na ring magkaroon ng investment doon sa kanilang, sa kanilang lugar. And number two, yung sinasabi na, yung Clark, gobyernong gumagastos, mabuti nga ito hindi out of pocket ng gobyerno.
That's not true,
kung meron
Mr.
man,
President. That's not true. Government will be spending
yes,
for this.
government will, at the discretion of Congress, if we have money to put it in the GAA. But that does not scare away investors for as long as we are already approving
Mr.
this
President,
economic
you do not
zone.
know that for a fact because you do not have a study. Senator Grace
Even if
Poe
you have a
is not
study,
NEDA.
no, I
The
know.
study doesn't guarantee, but the study...
Excuse me, Mr. President, even if I'm not from NEDA, I think it's just common sense.
yes, may I just interject to the two colleagues of mine? I just want to add, and I've been trying to add this, that during the hearings, they were showing the best practices. Nandun yung AFAD, nandun yung CESA, nandun yung iba that are already making money as we speak now. They're earning billions of pesos for the government coffers. And all of them have airports, by the way. AFAD is close to Subic. There's a Subic airport, although it's not functioning. Clark has an airport. CESA has an airport. Almost all eco zones that we know all around the world have airports in proximity to them because they have to ship the equipment, materials, what you call this, your microchips, they have to be shipped out right away. All this manufactured equipment in these eco zones. Now, the lady senator, Your Honor, is absolutely correct, my distinguished colleague. There's nothing there now, and it's not highly urbanized. The area that's being built, because I fly there sometimes when I borrow a helicopter going to the north for my speaking engagements. Most recently was the one in the PMA, where we flew over the area. It's mostly fish pens that are possibly going to be converted to these eco zones. So in other words, there's no revenue for government as we speak. And the local governments of Bulacan were all present and excited during this hearing. They really want this next level of development for their area. I am standing pat on this measure because even on the first round, we truly believe that there should be an expansion of these eco zones. As a matter of fact, I even said in the hearing, and I was quoted, we made the mistake in CREATE. When we passed CREATE, we shouldn't have passed. Now I realized that CREATE has brought us backwards because of all the red tape that we created through CREATE with the FIRB. Because the FIRB now, they're spending hundreds of potential investors waiting for the approval of the FIRB, wherein before, without the CREATE, we used to just give it to the BOI, as well as Board of Investments, as well as yung PEZA, and all these CESA, AFAD, all the eco zones. And you know what? We believe them, look, line, and sinker. We believe Secretary Dominguez. We believe all Secretary Chua, who was here, who told us this is going to be good for us. You know what? I am meeting daily with so many foreign chambers telling me that their problems of CREATE has delayed everything. And now they want to move to Thailand. So let's not move backward. This is a way forward. I think if I can put an eco zone in Bukidnon, I would love to put an eco zone in Bukidnon. I believe in the adage, build it and they will come. It came from that movie, ano yung movie na yan? Yung kay, sa Yellowstone, that guy. Anyway,
Field of Dreams,
Field of
Mr.
Dreams,
President.
that's correct. Panahon natin yan.
Kevin Costner.
Yeah, Kevin Costner.
Mr. President, let me clarify. First of all, I want Bulacan to develop. And yes, in Bulacan, there are a lot of fish pens, but not the whole Bulacan province. The whole Bulacan province is a premier province. They've developed so much, especially with the expressway. And the ecozone covers the whole Bulacan province.
I think 10 towns lang yata.
10 towns, but expandable to the whole province. That's why these are preliminary questions. So, simple naman question ko kung meron bang, kasi kung walang study na scientific, nanguhula tayo. Wala namang masama nanguhula, but I beg to disagree with the good chairperson and sponsor that ang problema lang ng Pilipinas, mabagal. Ang problema din ng Pilipinas, marami tayong shortcut. Pagka nag-shortcut tayo and we do not follow the processes that are there to protect us, especially from nature. I'll give you an example. No? One of the provisions of this law converts land from inalienable to alienable and from agricultural to commercial. Tama po ba?
Yes.
That's correct, right?
Yes.
So I'm talking about what section? So let me ask the good senator, ano ang normal process for us to be able to convert, dun lang muna sa farmlands or agricultural land to commercial mixed-use residential?
JV, okay lang.
Mr. President, from my understanding, either through the LGU, presidential proclamation, or even by congressional vote.
Yes, those are the authorities. What is the process? What do we need to submit?
There should be a DNR permit, DAR, DA, if component, city, municipality, province, HUC, etc. We can.
Yes, and would the good sponsor like to elaborate on what is the purpose of DA, DAR, DNR, all weighing in the conversion of farmlands?
Well, of course, Mr. President, if there are protected areas in places where there's a proposed development, but in the Bulacan area, there is no protected area or forests that are to be considered
No.
areas that will be warranting concern for
Madam Chair, you're
conversion.
talking about the protected areas. I'm talking about farmlands pa lang. Yung study is also because of our food security. It's also because of flooding. It's a scientific fact that when you take out all of these areas na may mga halaman at mga taniman, it also causes massive flooding, which you're already having in Bulacan. So ang point ko po, all of these rules is there to protect us. But this law shortcuts it. So with Section 5, automatically, pwede na siya for industrial commercial use. So again, nanghuhula tayo whether or not makakasama sa atin ecology, environment, at protection ng mga Bulakenyo, yung pagko-convert ng lahat. Can I even ask, how many hectares are agricultural in Bulacan?
Mr. President, we can give the gentleman from Taguig a copy of exactly how many hectares are agricultural. But right now, the classification may be agricultural, but it's already submerged. They haven't really been planting in that area because of climate change. They had to adapt to the changing topography. But, Mr. President, I think this will be longer. May I ask for a few minutes suspension?
Session suspended.
Thank you for the good gentleman from Taguig for waiting, and also our acting Senate President, presiding officer.
Yes. Mr. President, and I'd like to thank the Minority Leader, and while we took a break, of course, he pointed out to me that these are specific barangays, and I acknowledge that. But what I'm saying is that, for example, in some of these areas, whether it's marshland or mga bakawan, may mga fish pond dyan. So iba pa kasi yung from agricultural to commercial. Iba pa yung alienable to disposable. So for example, riverbeds. Inalienable yon. Hindi mo pwedeng ibenta yon. But if the provision is worded this way, pwede mo nang ibenta. So shouldn't we get from the LGU, DNR, DA, etc., the specifics? Or dumaan na lang sila sa usual process ng pagko-convert?
Mr. President, from my understanding, one way of converting also is through the legislative process. So this is the route that we're taking now.
Yes, that's 100% correct. But I checked with our committees. Nagpapasubmit tayo ng specifics ng conversion. Maraming conversion ang nabinbin dito dahil kulang yung sinibit ng congressman o ng LGU. So that's what I'm saying here. We just narrated barangays and places, and I know from a businessman point of view, parang hassle pa pagdaanan lahat yan, baka bumagal, etc. So we can help them do it faster by getting all this information and giving this conversion. But we cannot give it to them without looking into these areas and seeing whether we will cause more damage than good in fast-tracking it this way.
Well, yeah, I appreciate the concern also of our colleague. In fact, part of the ones that are composing the BEZA board are members of the local government. We've actually increased the number of membership there. And then the DNR is also a part of it. Mr. President, even if it's part of the territory, it doesn't mean of the economic zone, it doesn't mean that a structure will be built, for example, in a riverbed, if it's shifting and if it's classified as hazardous for a structure. But of course, I appreciate the comments of our colleague with regards to the importance of the proper identification of areas that may be considered hazardous in case a structure is built.
Mr. President, I want to emphasize the role of rules and laws. Di ba parang stoplight yan eh. When we were younger, and of course when we were more adventurous, gusto mo i-beat yung red light, gusto mo humataw. Kung 80 yung, ngayon 60 na lang ata eh. Nung bata kami, wala pa naman traffic, so 80 yung speed limit. But payabangan yan, naka 100 ka ba, 120, 130. I remember when the first Renault was released, someone from Alabang Hills to UP did it in like 15-20 minutes, 5 a.m. The next few weeks, he did it again, nag-turn turtle, muntik ng maaksidente ng grabe. Because the rules are there to protect you. So my concern is if we grant this lock, stock, and barrel, first, what precedent do we now do? So pag may lumapit sa atin na ibang kongresista na sinabing this will also give jobs, this will all, so automatic natin i-convert. Kasi kung titignan natin yung, yung wording, any laws, ordinances, executive orders, rules, or regulations, notwithstanding, eto masusunod. So we don't even have a list of those laws, those ordinances, those executive orders, rules, or regulations. So we don't even know what's there. So it's easy to say na ang riverbed, hindi ibebenta yan. But for us in Metro Manila, let's say the presiding officer, Senator JV, one of the great projects of his father was, at that time, napakalaki ng 700 million kasi bahang-baha yung San Juan River in 1998, hindi ba? Parang they had to desilt and everything na gano'n, di ba? And if you look at my hometown, let's say Pateros or some rivers in Taguig, pag medyo natuyo, yung iba, imumove na nila yung boundary ng bahay nila eh. So this is not like an obvious land grabbing na napapanood natin sa sine. Di ba? This is, something that can happen over time. And if the law is not there to protect you, we will wake up one day na pag pumunta ka sa korte and say, oh, ba't mo binenta? Kaya bumabaha dito, dating estero yan eh. And then they will say, no, no, no. Section 5 of this law says that it is alienable and disposable, di ba? So either we get rid of this provision or we wait for the necessary documentation so that we don't make a mistake in these areas, di ba?
Mr. President, yeah, I feel that if our colleague here feels strongly about this, I believe he can propose that we remove that line so that we can subject that to a vote. Another thing is, I also understand that, let's say, in Cagayan, an entire eco zone was built there, even in Aurora, and there are certain places there that are not exactly suited to having a structure. That's why we also included in the board a member from the DNR and also other presidential appointees, like, as I mentioned, the OTR and NEDA, etc., to be part of DOF, so that each individual concerns, when it comes to the economy or when it comes to land conversion, there's a representation in the board. But of course, Mr. President, we know that based on experience, there's also been success in Bataan. In fact, they are wanting now an expansion of their ecozone. But if our colleague feels strongly about this, of course, we should consider it, because this is a body that has to debate so that we can come up with the best version of the law. But it's a collective body. That's why we also want the opinion of our other members.
No, I agree that it's a collective body. That's why we're trying to understand. And personally, I'd like to understand whether the good chairperson would rather we propose to delete this, or just ask the DAR and the DA and the local government to submit within 30 days. We have a 4-week, 5-week break. So we tell them that 1 week before our break, isubmit na nila. Then we can recraft this. So as I said, no, the airport has 12 years to get itself running. So doing this well and giving them a month to do their job would be very helpful. In fact, Madam Chair, Mr. President, if you want to add other cities and barangays here, for as long as kumpleto. So what I mean is that if it is a legitimate shortcut, di ba, why not? Meaning, if we can speed things up, because it's, di ba, if you really have a door there and it's a natural door, you want to pass there kasi it's faster, why not? But if it's a shortcut in the terms that we missed some rules that will protect us, dun po ako medyo umaangal.
Yes, Mr. President, of course, I will await the proposal from our gentleman from Taguig to propose the removal of that particular
So
provision.
does that mean you would rather have it removed than give the agency 1 month to submit it?
Well, Mr. President, it's not me. Right now, I am entertaining what the pleasure is of our colleague. If he wants to propose that, then we will take it up.
No, Mr. President.
Or if his proposal is to wait for the submission, we can also divide the House and see what the opinion of the majority is, if it's necessary for them.
I was avoiding dividing the House. If we have to go there, isasama-sama ko na lahat nung kailangan i-divide. But that's why I was asking the lady, because you're the sponsor. And we usually give that courtesy to the sponsor, that would you rather we delete it, or would you rather we wait for them to submit it? Kasi wala naman urgency na ipasa to this week or next week eh.
Yeah, well, Mr. President, we try to work with a certain time frame, of course, so that this was already passed in Congress from their local representatives, the congressmen, directly from their districts. We've already consulted, we had in our hearing the support of the local government. So we also would like to hear, I'm the sponsor, but there's always a responsibility from the sponsor to hear also maybe whatever position our other colleagues have. So my position is, if the gentleman would like to present that as an amendment to delete that line, then we will open it for voting. If the gentleman would say that he would also like to present to the body that maybe we should wait for the submission, I will also present that to the body, because there's really no use maybe prolonging it, because I'm already saying now that I would rather divide the House on this issue. So if he
So
wants to...
That's clear to me, Mr. President, that from the point of view of the sponsor, this is urgent and would rather pass it rather than wait. She's entitled to her opinion, I'm entitled to mine. So
No.
I'll move on to, so in the same provision, Section 5, it talks about the general framework of land use. May I be enlightened on what will be the dynamics now of the land use submitted by the different LGUs vis-a-vis the land use that, what's the new name? BU? BESA would submit.
Yes, Mr. President, this is what the dynamic. There will be, I believe, 3 representatives from the LGU.
With your amendment, there are now 4.
Okay, so there will be 4 representatives from the LGU out of the 15, plus they have the RDC representative. So that's 5 out of the 15. That's a third of the board. Now, they elect among themselves who, from the local government, who will represent the province. And then from there, when it comes to the land use, let's say, of each particular district or province, that will be submitted to the board. So there's representation also, Mr. President, from the local government. Of course, this is how I see it, how I present it to our chamber. This is how we are able to get the concurrence of the local government, is also through their representation in the board.
So are we saying if the LGU does not concur, then hindi yung BESA ang masusunod kung hindi yung LGU? Kasi I do understand the dynamics. I do understand my representation, my board. But I'm talking about the rules. I'm talking about the law. Because whatever we give BESA, pwedeng hingin sa atin to ng CESA, ng APECO, ng AFAB, or that anything we will create later on. Even the Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao or the BARN can look at this and also ask for it. So right now, ang may duty na mag-submit ng land use is the LGU. So what if the LGU wants something different from what the economic zone wants? Kasi unlike, let's say, Bataan or like CESA, maliit na part lang nung province o city yun eh. So binibigyan na ng city yon or ng province na, so for example ang BGC, may ordinance ang City of Taguig na meron silang agency at meron higher than the building code na isang code. So kailangan pag inapprove ng city, inapprove muna. I'm not sure is it BGCEA or whatever, no? So meron mechanism. So it's not a matter of someone being in the board, pero klaro kung sinong masusunod at sinong hindi masusunod. So if one of the cities halimbawa says, I don't want a casino there, but the BESA says, I want a casino there. The other one says, marami na kaming residential so we don't want the aeronautic repair and maintenance here kasi pag nandyan yung aeroplano, maingay. Pero ang gusto nung BESA, doon sila. Sinong masusunod sa kanila?
Mr. President, in terms of an example, dun sa AFAB, ganun din, meron silang, it's actually, the decision of AFAB shall prevail. The decision of CESA shall prevail. Same with Zamboanga Ecozone. So, Mr. President, the difference nga is we have another layer of safeguard kasi within the board, 5 members nga will represent the sentiments of the local government. Dito nga sa AFAB and the rest, wala naman local government representation sa board or yes, meron pero not the same number, not as much.
Thank you for that. I think we're almost meeting eye to eye. I'm just trying to look at situations, being married to a local chief executive, our presiding officer being a former
Mayor.
local chief executive. these things can be very tricky, no? So may I refer you to Section 25, just in relation with Section 5, no? Can I take a 1-second break just to get to that point?
Yes, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Thank you, Senator Grace, for the patience. I'm referring to the second paragraph ng Section 25, relationship with the local government units and national government. Except as herein provided, the LGU comprising the Bulacan Economic Zone shall retain their basic autonomy and identity. So let me commend you on that. That's good. I mean, although given, as Senator Joel was saying kanina dun sa pinapatanggal niya, minsan redundancy or just putting it in your face is good, di ba? So it's an assurance whether sa barangay or sa province na ano. So the concerned LGU shall operate and function in accordance with the framework, the Constitution, the local government, and this Act. So I agree with all three, but the next paragraph says, subject to existing laws, regulations, in case of conflict among so BESA na to and LGUs on matters directly and inextricably affecting Bulacan Ecozone, other than taxation, national defense, and security, the decision of BACSEFA shall prevail. What is the intent of this? I mean, how do we actually implement this?
Mr. President, the reason why we also put that and at the same time amended and increased the number of members from the local government is that precisely the reason why we have an economic zone is also to expedite certain permits that, we try to endeavor to achieve this even in our national policies through the anti-red tape that actions should be taken rather quickly on certain aspects of giving permits. So we feel that the representation of the local government in the board is actually maintaining its autonomy as well when it comes to decisions that will affect their area, the area in their vicinity. Mr. President, also, the reason why we have this board composition is that there may be parochial concerns that maybe the local government feels might be good for their locality, but in the bigger picture, there are also certain things to consider for the good of the entire country. So, and I feel that the board representation will be able to handle that, balancing the local concerns as well as the national concerns.
So I'll give you an example, Madam Chair, no, Mr. President. If one barangay in a lot for certain economic purposes, gustong alisin lahat ng tao doon, ayaw nung barangay captain, gusto nung mayor, I have a problem with the law saying Baksefa or BESA ang masusunod. Hindi ba dapat wala na yung provision na yon at nakalagay lang ang batas ang masusunod? So whoever is in the right, so it's like, example ko, Madam Chair, no? Sino ba masusunod dito? Si Senator Grace o si Senator Alan? It's not a matter kung sino masusunod sa atin. It's a matter kung sinong tama at mali.
Mr. President, unang-una, pag meron tayong batas pagdating na pag may nagre-relocate or mag-expropriate or yung mga ganon, that will take precedence in this. Of course, Baksesfa, wag na tayo doon, BESA will make a decision, and then that does not preclude them from questioning this in the higher court eventually, to say that it's unfair, it violates other laws. So it's not an absolute, I guess, an absolute clearing just because BESA says it. There are other laws in the country that also govern that. Now, pag sinabi mo yung sa barangay captain, ayaw nilang mag-relocate, syempre, Mr. President, kailangan din tignan anong legal basis doon. Kung kanila talaga yung lupa na yon, di syempre, hindi sila talaga pwedeng alisin kahit nasabihin mong economic zone yon. Ngayon, kung i-expropriate yan, may proseso pa rin sa pagkakaintindi ko, Mr. President.
Yeah, I agree with you.
At saka, Mr. President, sorry,
Yes,
if I
go
may
ahead,
just add this, ganon din kasi yung mga provisions sa CESA, sa AFAB, so sa Zamboanga. So, kung magiging problema din ito, lahat din yon will follow. Kasi the
Mr. President,
ultimate decision is also within their board. But it can always be questioned.
Mr. President, again, I'll keep going to this and I'll go back to that later. Iba kasi po yung area. Yung potential area kasi nito is yung buong Bulacan and adjacent provinces. So the difference between saying, halimbawa, Clark, let's say Clark or Subic, they have their own security force aside from the police. So pag sinabing halimbawa, alis kayo dyan, tapos sabi hindi kami alis, ancestral yan, Aita yan. When the Clark police goes there, alam na nila kung sinong susundin, alam na nila yung batas. But here, we're talking about the whole Bulacan. So if the security forces of the BESA comes, and then pinatawag din ang police, and then hawak-hawak nila yung batas, tapos sabi dito, sorry, Kapitan, ha, kahit may titulo kayo, ang nakalagay dito, in case of conflict, BESA ang masusunod. Diba? So wouldn't we be more comfortable if it's a simple, I mean, because if you're talking about, let's say, policy, hindi kasi nakalimit to sa policy eh. Diba? So for example, if you're saying na tax policy or policy, let's say, on land use, etc., in case of conflict, and then may remedy sa courts. So this doesn't even say na may remedy sa court, and it also just says that BESA has authority. So if I was the lawyer of BESA, I can keep arguing this eh. So it might really cause problems. Buong Bulacan to ha. I really doubt that every single Kagawad SK member of Sanggunian understands the whole, because ako mismo, I'm still trying to understand and I'm still reading it. So I just don't want there to be any ambiguity so that they don't have to go to quarrels or unnecessary tussles, and very clear sa atin what we mean. So let me rephrase, no? So kasi it talks about relations with local government units and national government. So if you're saying that may autonomy, then you're saying that yung local government pa rin masusunod. If you're saying of this act, meaning anything in this act, so for example, no, kung hindi tatanggalin yung Section 5 and converted na yung lupa, then the kapitan, pag sinabi niyang hindi, agricultural pa yan, hindi mo pwede convert yan. Then malinaw naman na sa Section 5 ng act, ang masusunod, yung act na to. But what if it's not in this act? It's just a policy matter of the board na hindi papayag yung mga tagaron or yung mga NGOs or mga civil society. Wouldn't this be a dangerous provision by just saying that the BESA shall prevail?
Mr. President, will the gentleman from Taguig feel that it's safer to put in accordance with law? Or maybe a wording along those lines to correct and to make it, as he says, not ambiguous?
Yes. So maybe, Mr. President, as we, with the permission of the good chair, can your staff and my staff work on the wording, or if Senator Coco, our legal expert, but I think we have the same wavelength here, di ba? How do we give the message na pagdating sa policy, nasa loob kayo ng eco zone, so eto, and you follow the local government code, the constitution, but also this act. But how do we word it in a way na hindi pwedeng i-abuse, di ba?
Right. Well, Mr. President, I think that's a good suggestion, just so we can be putting those safeguards that this does not invalidate laws that are already there. So except for certain ones that are already specifically mentioned here, like the creation of this BESA, for example, but maybe a reminder that there's always a recourse in case there's a question with regards to the decision of the BESA.
So one last point on that, since we are basically in agreement. So here goes my point, na if we're saying na gusto to lahat ng mga LGUs doon, then hindi na kailangan na sa law na sila masusunod kasi gusto nila eh. So that's what I'm saying, because it's so dynamic, the relationship between the LGU, may election tayo every 3 years, may barangay ka na hindi rin represented doon, may sanggunian panlalawigan ka. We cannot just keep saying na gusto to. I mean, in general, we all want this, di ba? But the details of the law is important. So, but I'll agree with you if we can find the right wording, no?
I think, it would request our team to work together so we can come up with a proper language.
Okay. In Section 2, it talks about the master plan. So, sino magpapagawa ng master plan?
Mr. President, the board will come up with a proposal for the master plan. That's why we included members from the different agencies. Nandyan yung DOF, DOTR, DNR, plus NEDA, DTI. So, of course, when you have those representatives there, they will also hire people that will do the study for them to present. So that's how they will come up with their study on the master plan.
I don't know what the right word is. It's the anchor or the flagship, di ba? Ang flagship kasi ng programa na to yung airport And given naman yung airport. So wouldn't it be, and we all know that San Miguel and Mr. Ramon Ang is brilliant in all of this So would it be better na may master plan na siya at yung San Miguel Airport, even if it's not to the last detail, and then based on that, we pass the law. Rather than baliktad, we pass the law first, and then master plan. I'll go to what I'm pointing to, no? For example, sa area, I'm a little bit uneasy, Madam Chair, na Mr. President, na floating yung area, na pwedeng 10 city, pwedeng buong province, and then sabi, pati katabi ng province, no? So that means Pampanga, Quezon, Rizal, Metro Manila, Valenzuela in particular, can be part of the BESA.
Well, I suppose, Mr. President, when it comes to expansion, but then it's not that easy. First of all, there has to be legislation also for that. So they'll have to go through us again if they would like to expand to certain areas. And with that, also the concurrence of the ones that will be affected, the local government. I think that with the area that's already established or given to them, I think there's enough time for them. There's still a lot for them to develop within that area for them to continue expansion.
Madam Chair, I'm referring to Section C of the area of Section 3, Section C. Section C already provides surrounding areas. So the areas I mentioned do not need legislation anymore. If we pass this law, automatically pwede na sila. And what is your interpretation ng surrounding area? So as you get bigger, do you also consider the next surrounding area?
That's what, Mr. President, it's very clear here in the law that it says through presidential proclamation. So yes, it says surrounding area, but maybe our colleague can propose limiting it to Bulacan, within the area of Bulacan. We can also do that. We can divide the House for that. Even I think I'm a little confident to say that I can accept this amendment unless there's an objection from our colleague.
So let me go to letter B because I'm satisfied with your answer that I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'll say, I'm a little bit uneasy na parang unli. No? And again, that's why I was asking, anong interpretation ng surrounding? Meaning, kung eto, tapos lumaki, pati ba ito surrounding na rin? Kasi, I forgot who's the senator in the lounge kanina who said, ba't hindi lang tayo Freeport buong Pilipinas? O theoretically, kung yung surrounding, Freeport na tayo lahat. Diba?
Actually, Mr. President, yung Hong Kong Freeport, di ba?
Yeah.
And then a large area also, Singapore, marami din sila. No, okay, wala tayo sa level na yan. First of all, the size of the Philippines is so vast. But I would like to thank our colleague from Taguig for proposing that. I am willing to amend it so that we can just say Bulacan and not include surrounding areas because that might be a little...
Thank you for that, Madam Chair, Mr. President. So naniniwala na ako may konti kang pagtingin sa akin by agreeing with me on that one point.
Hindi naman konting pagtingin. Depende kung ano ang pinopropose.
Yes.
Pwede rin nakatitig ako sa'yo.
Let me go to letter B. Madam Chair, I'm sorry kung medyo difficult na nakaharap ako sa'yo dito kasi if I stay in the middle, malayo din ako sa staff ko. So I'm sorry if uncomfortable na ganit. You want me to move to the other side and
No, it's okay.
make my staff?
I can,
We're okay.
That's why if you
Sige.
don't mind also,
I also don't mind.
I keep walking.
I know when tinatalikuran mo ako because it's just convenient and when you don't want to talk to me. So I think it's the first part naman ngayon.
Mr. President, I think the consolation is he still has his sense of humor.
Yeah.
Because that's really what makes him so endearing to us.
Okay.
Yung mga hirit niyang ganyan.
Yeah, thank you.
Pwede ba maglagay ng salamin dito para nakikita na
Pwede
rin
naman.
kita?
So Beza yung pangalan, Beza.
Oo, Beza.
So pag may Sir Beza na yon. San Miguel Beer pa rin talaga.
Sir Beza.
Okay. Letter B, remaining territories of Malolos, Mekawayan, Municipalities Bulacan, Paumbong, Giniginto, Balagtas, Bukawi, Marilao, Obando, Santa Maria, Province of Bulacan. I have to be honest. On one hand, I'm really curious and excited for Bulacan to have a super economic zone. On the other hand, it's the first time na yung buong province will be part of an economic zone. So I'm a little bit concerned about the feasibility and how it will work. So for example, it will be a separate customs territory. So how will this work?
Well, Mr. President, as you know, Bulacan is huge. but then there are also entire countries that are free port zones. I understand we have to be very cautious kasi this is something that's new. It can be innovative, but there are risks involved. So we put here that there will be a customs office within that area, and initially in our discussion with our minority leader, there will usually what's happening now in Bataan, for example, before they even transport goods that are, let's say, with the tax exemptions, they obtain already a permit from their local customs office, and may oras doon kung kailan sila pwedeng magbiyahe, and their trucks are clearly marked. Now, that's how we are able to monitor also through ano nga tawag ito? RFID, hindi RFID. RFID systems, GPS. Ngayon, syempre, kahit ako naman, aaminin ko, kahit na nga meron tayong customs yan sa mga ports na lulusutan. So meron talagang, kung meron talagang masamang balak, magagawa niya ng paraan. On the other hand, there's also a system already in place, like in Bataan, because their free zones are not actually contiguous eh. Magkakahiwalay sila eh.
But can I point that out? Kasi my father had the privilege of being EPSA administrator. So I'm familiar with Mariveles. But ang ginagawa nila ngayon sa AFAB, di ba, may ilan lang areas outside na, what you call this, na pwede kang mag-register. But they still have bonded warehouses if you import tax-free mga goods. So if you look at AFAB, you look at Clark, Subic, 2, 3, 4, 5 lang exit entrance yan eh. At meron yan mga ano, di ba? So if you're going to talk about eco zones the way they are today, for example, in Taguig, I think we may have more than 100 registered enterprise. But mga IT yun eh. So they don't bring in raw materials, they don't manufacture, then they don't smuggle or whatever, no? But ang Bulacan kasi will have 1,000 ingress, egress eh. So, how do we now... So, pag dumating yung... Kasi, mas mahal ang airplane eh. Mas mura pagka by ship eh. So, pag dumating sa Batangas Port or dito sa Manila, dadalin sa Bulacan, daming papasukan, daming lalabasan. Are we going to put 1,000 custom outposts, etc.? Diba? So, and then even the customs doesn't know right now which one's included sa zone at hindi, at ano yung private na bahay, ano yung dun o hindi. So, this is an honest expression of trying to... Diba? Kasi if I've never been to Clark, I also couldn't picture it. But since I was Clark, nakikita ko. Then nung bata ako, I love going to yung PX sa Subic. Pero talagang pag-exit mo, titignan. Kung 5 kayo, pwedeng may 10 alak ka kasi 2 lang per. Kung may mga kasama ka na ninigarilyo nun, di ba? Kasi Blue Seal pa nun, binibilang talaga nila. And kung truck talaga dala mo na may mga cheese curls or ano ba yung mga imported, Oreos or whatever, pipigilan ka talaga pag truck. As you said, nilulusutan, but meron modicum of order and lanes and everything. But, you know, anyone who goes to Bulacan would know na, I mean, just from the Valenzuela city, there are probably 10, 15 ways to enter Bulacan, di ba?
Well,
And Valenzuela is also industrial.
Right. Mr. President, this is what of course, that's why there's proper representation in the board. When they do the plan, the ones that are going to signify intent to register to BEZA, kasi iba naman yung eco zone, iba naman yung free port zone, no? Pwedeng i-cluster sila sa isang area so it's easier to monitor. I mean, this one, I will admit that there was really no presentation about this plan, but that does not stop them actually from proposing it, and hopefully, because I also spoke to the Secretary of Finance separately on this matter, and that's also one of his concerns, is the monitoring of those. So I'm glad you raised it. So I anticipate that when they do the master plan and submit it, because they have to build roads and they should cluster those
Can you elaborate on that?
Mr. President, with
Yeah,
the permission
please,
of the
go ahead.
lady and gentleman on the floor.
Yes, Senator Escudero is recognized.
Just for the information of Senator Cayetano and Senator Poe, I saw that gaping loophole too after I proposed my amendments. And I intend to propose an amendment basically when Senator Cayetano was taking up the matter during a lull in the deliberations in the lounge, that the customs territory, the Freeport zone, although the potential area includes a large portion of the province, what will only, I intend to propose an amendment that what will only be considered a Freeport zone or independent separate customs territory would be areas that are fenced. Because we are learning from our experience in Subic, in Clark, in CESA. These economic zones are not entirely fenced. And that's where the gaping loopholes occur and happen. So in this particular measure, we intend to propose at the proper time an amendment to plug that loophole that is currently found in those 3 economic zones at the very least that I'm aware of. In the others, I'm not sure. But in these 3 economic zones, I'm sure, Mr. President, Your Honor, CESA, Subic, and Clark, it's not 100% fenced too. I don't care how many gates they have. It's not entirely fenced also, but in this bill, we intend to propose an amendment that yung customs free zone lang, yung Freeport area lang, should all be fenced, although the bill makes mention of a potential larger area similar to the Bataan export zone, which includes, by the way, Mr. President, not only the province of Bataan, but also other areas outside of Bataan. Bataan is fenced, though.
May I request the good senator if he can stay there for a while? Because just to continue your logic, no, I agree with you yung fence. What I'm going to after I ask Senator Po if pwede lang, ano yung proposed Freeport versus the eco zone? Because ang next, if I can propose an amendment to your amendment na fence siya, pero contiguous at certain area. Rather than my fence area ka in this city, fence areas in that city, fence areas in that city. So medyo hirap ka. Remember, Clark covers both Pampanga and Tarlac.
Yes.
It's 35,000 hectares. But the whole area is fenced. So personally, I don't mind whether it's 10,000 hectares or 55,000 hectares. Basta contiguous at ano talaga, para malinaw talaga. Because you don't want na malugi yung ibang provinces because of smuggling or bumaksak yung industriya. And there's really so much money in smuggling. Di ba? I mean, 12% VAT is hindi po biro yan. So for you to be able to sell at puwera pa income tax, di ba, pag nag-smuggle ka. So it's such a big amount. And right now, we're not even talking about just the airport. We're talking from materials coming from Batangas and Manila Port going to Bulacan. No?
I agree, Mr. President. At the proper time, I would be willing to accommodate the proposal of the good senator from Taguig and Pateros.
So may I ask that, Madam
Mr.
Chair?
President, actually, just for the record, before Senator Escudero gave his proposal, I already said that perhaps the board would consider that proposal, which is to really segregate those that will try to avail of the fiscal incentive na talagang they're in a fenced area. And I mentioned that this was also the concern of the DOF secretary.
So can you elaborate on how big will be the Freeport area versus, so the eco zone, so malinaw, di ba na airport and airport city, 2,500.
Mr. President, I think that
Can our colleague not attend Fashion Week first and continue discussion with us?
Mr. President, ganito. I think when you say eco zone, it's not so much a physical area, but to register to receive the incentive. So it could be, it's actually not measured by the area itself, but if a company is registered for that particular.
No, I agree, Madam Chair, especially nung panahon namin ni Senator Cheese. Kasi nung panahon namin, halos manufacturing wala pang IT no, wala pang tourism enterprise now eh. Pero ngayon kasi meron ng tourism enterprise. So for example, kung magtayo akong hotel sa malapit sa Brasuin Church, and now that's part of the ecozone, I can actually now get incentives for staying there. Diba? So now, Bulacan has an advantage over Cavite, Nueva Ecija, Pampanga, Tarlac, etc. No? Valenzuela, not to influence my colleague beside Senator Cheese. No? So diba, being a person from Bulacan, I want Bulacan to have all the chances, but it shouldn't be at the expense of others. So the Freeport will be confined to the airport city and contiguous, or it could be. What's the rule now of Freeport versus Ecozone? So am I correct? Yung Freeport, pwede kang magpasok tax-free, pwede kang magbenta tax-free, pero hindi mo pwede ilabas. Diba? So for example, if you're working in Subic, you can bring him a car tax-free, but dun mo lang pwedeng gamitin. Hindi mo
Pero,
pwedeng,
Mr. President, for the manufacturing of goods dun sa Create, you can already sell domestically as long as you pay the proper taxes, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I'll go to
Diba?
that separately later. Kasi
Okay.
may issue din akong konti doon. But I was just going to your proposal and Senator Chee's proposal na pag finance, it's more important to fence the Freeport area because dun mo it's like the bonded warehouse, di ba? Dun mo kasi pinapasok yung. So for example, no, let's say alak. Pag nagpasok ka ng alak, malaki sin taxes natin eh. If you sell it within the Freeport, it's tax-free. But once you take it out of the Freeport to be sold, this wasn't manufactured there, it was imported tax-free because it's a free port. So you can import kasi tax-free sa Freeport. Or are we not allowing this particular Freeport? Oh, this Freeport ba is only for what you call this raw materials, or you can also import? That's why nako-confuse nga ako what part of the ecozone is ecozone and what part is Freeport.
Mr. President, to clarify, my proposal pertains to the zone, not only the Freeport. Because my problem, if it's only the Freeport, which in this case refers to the airport, because there's no port here and there's no plan to create a port here. My problem is if we will only fence the Freeport, the manufacturing plant can be within the zone, and how can you now guard against them selling domestically without paying the proper taxes? So my proposal applies to the zone, to buzz.
Economic zone.
To the
Yeah.
buzz, not
Yeah.
the Freeport
But if
alone.
that's the case, sa laki ng Bulacan, we will need to advise from President Trump kung paano gumawa ng wall all around Bulacan.
Mr. President,
Kasi ang laki
malayong
ng
mas
Bulacan
magaling ang Pinoy kaysa sa mga Amerikano on the record.
No, but ang laki ng Bulacan eh. So how much will that cost to put a fence all around
Then that means
Bulacan?
the coverage of the zone will not be as much and will only cover as much as they can fence. That is the intention of the amendment, Mr. President. It protects both BESA.
I hear you,
And,
I think lumalapit na yung wavelength natin in chairperson. But ang point ko, then why grant them by law the whole Bulacan if tayo pa lang, banging our heads here tonight, cannot figure out how they're going to do it?
Well, Mr. President, because again, since we're comparing apples to apples and oranges to oranges, that is the same with respect to Bataan. It covers the whole province, although they did not cover the whole province. Although there is no requirement to fence it, this will. We're only talking of the potential area so that hindi na sila babalik sa Kongreso each time they intend to expand. We're imposing limitations and restrictions already if in case they want to expand. Although the potential covered area can cover a larger area, but the benefits will only accrue to those that they can comply with the requirements we will be imposing under this law.
Am I correct that Bataan only allows you to register and get the privileges outside the Mariveles area?
Yes.
But it is not an ecozone yung buong Bataan.
Hindi.
Oh, yun
Not yet.
yun ang kaibahan sa Bulacan eh. Because sa Bulacan, which I'll go to later, pati public utilities ay binibigay na sa BESO.
Mr. President, parang hindi naman yata because those that are already given a franchise will not be will not change.
Yeah,
The
thanks for-
franchise will be... No,
Thanks
the
for
franchise-
that assurance.
Yes,
but
Mr.
I'll go to
President.
that later. But I'm just distinguishing na iba kasi yung, let's say, Clark and Subic, tapos sabihin mo, pwede mag-register yung nasa labas. Iba yun sa biglang buong Bulacan, we're creating an eco zone na covered sila ng board. So for example, outside the AFAB, yung board ng AFAB does not have the same powers nung board nung BESA. Outside AFAB, beso-beso lang sila, hindi sila pwede magbesa. Ito, ang BESA has authority outside the airport city. Doon yung AFAB, kailangan makisama pa rin sa local government.
A minute suspension, Mr.
Session suspended.
President, to respond to the good gentleman, I was clarified during the brief recess. This is actually pattern since we're comparing it with other zones after what they did in Ceza and Bataan, wherein although a bigger area, in the case of Bataan, for example, in the case of Cagayan, in the case of Bataan, the entire province, in the case of Cagayan, they named certain municipalities. Although it's part of the zone, you do not enjoy any benefits only if you are registered and qualified to register and actually get registration. Can you qualify for any of the benefits that the Freeport zone or the zone, the eco zone would be offering? So kunwari, sa Bataan, sa Cagayan, ganun din, may mga pribadong bahay na mayroong may-aring pribadong individual, may mga eskwelahan na pag-aari ng DepEd, sinama sa area. Pero hindi ibig sabihin na yung mga establishmentong itatayo doon automatic ay magbebenepisyo doon sa mga incentives sa ilalim ng panukalang batas na to. Magbe-benefit lamang sila kapag ka nag-qualify at nag-register at ni-register sila doon sa nasaan na ba tayo?
Sa
BESA.
Sa BESA.
Sa BESA.
Mr. President, if I may add, the initial brainstorming that we had in our discussion here, since it's not the actual territory, but the registration in BESA that will make you avail of the benefits of tax incentives and no duties. Maybe that's where we can fence the area. If you really want to register under the free zone benefit of BESA, then you have to be within a certain area carved out in that eco zone. Para you don't have to you don't have to fence in the entire town or towns in Bulacan. Mr. President, did both of the gentlemen understand what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I have to ask you to excuse us. Sorry,
Do you want me to repeat?
no, he was trying to get me to move faster for your benefit. Can
Oh.
you repeat? I'm sorry
No,
for that.
Thank you for the consideration, the gentleman. No, because it's an economic zone, just like in Cagayan, but not all of the establishments there will have the qualification to register under BEZA requirements.
Yes.
So, wala silang tax exemption. So, ang pwedeng gawin, siguro, di ba, anyway, we're trying to polish this, di ba, Mr. President, if those that those that will try to avail of the BEZA free zone category or accreditation will have to relocate in a fenced-in area within the economic zone.
As far as that being for purpose of organization, organization and efficiency, no, in tax collection, peace and order, I agree with you na yung administrator and yung board, they will do good on that kasi ano din nila yan income, reputation, and everything.
Sayang,
no?
oo.
But my point is, alimbawa PESA, no? PESA started out with Bataan, then Cavite, then Cebu, Baguio. Then later on, they can accredit. So like halimbawa sa BGC, sa Fort Bonifacio, they have several there, almost 100 in the Taguig area, more than 100 in the Taguig area. But PESA has no authority over the BGC area. Di ba? They do have authority, almost complete authority, within the Baguio Export Processing Zone, within Cavite and ganyan. So yun ang sinasabi ko na medyo mixed blood itong BESA, may pagka autonomous region because it's one whole province and you're giving the BESA its own security force, we're giving them yung a customs territory that will cover the whole, etc. So it's basically making the whole Bulacan an autonomous region. And that's why I'm honestly expressing my views that I don't know if I want it for the Bulaceños because it's a great opportunity or whether nga it's too big an experiment kung yung buong Bulacan right away, no? So maybe to reframe the question, Madam Chair, shouldn't we, why do we need the whole area? I mean, if successful yung AFAB, just like Cheese, a fabulous senator, AFAB, kung successful yung AFAB, Clark, Subic, why do we have to put the whole Bulacan under the BESA right away? That's
Mr.
why.
President, kasi two successes better than one. 3 successes better than
Yes,
2.
but,
So, di ba,
but
we're trying to...
one small success that leads to 10 successes is better than one whole tapos magka-problema. Remember, we're talking about many things here. Balance of the provinces, balance. So you're going to basically put so much control in
So
this.
is the pleasure of the gentleman from Taguig maybe to identify certain areas only and that amendment can be proposed?
Going back, Mama, wala po akong, there's no malice in me asking nga, who is the proponent? Kasi kung ang proponent nito San Miguel, and they can come up with a master plan, sabi ko nga kay Senator Coco, I'm not saying hindi pwedeng, I'm just asking na hindi blank check Isulat natin kung ano yung nasa check so that we know what we're getting, di ba? Kasi usually, kung sinong proponent, i-explain niya why 55,000 square, why the whole province, why the whole... because nga, you know, I would have the same reaction if we were doing this for Cavite. So, for example, the Remullas and Viratas had a proposal for a Cavite International Airport. And if they suddenly were proposing the whole Cavite to be a eco zone, I would totally understand, given their location, given their history in manufacturing, yung ginawa ng father ng Remullas in, you know, making a province that was basically agricultural and maraming peace and order problems to a very progressive province. But I would have the same reaction na ano ang pambalanse nito sa lahat. So, I mean, the gentleman from Bulacan is here. I was saying kanina, no, na for example, no, if I find some land near Brasuin Church and put it up there, I can put up a casino without incentives, but I can say that yung hotel is tourism and get incentives. So, because it's inside the eco zone. So, medyo nalilito ako dun sa character nung eco zone na to because nga it's the whole province. Eh.
Again, Mr. President, Your Honor, in Bataan, it's the whole province. In Cagayan, it's nearly half of the municipalities of the province, although they did not have a footprint in those up to today. Hindi pa nag-expand. But Senator Pimentel, during your exchange with Senator Poe, earlier said, paano nga naman kung meron ng manufacturing sa labas, ng fence, na pasok sa zone? Sabi ko, based on my amendment, if it is carried, he will not be granted a license or a permit because BESA cannot fence it since it's not contiguous. Ang point naman ni Senator Pimentel, kawawa naman siya. Sabi ko, under the bill, he can apply with PESA. And in theory, it has the same incentives and benefits. Sabi ni Senator Pimentel, baka gusto niya sa BESA eh. Wala na tayong magagawa. We have to choose between the best of both. We have to choose one between two choices. But Mr. President, the point I'm driving at is, Clark, Subic, and Cagayan are not fenced. And there is no requirement to fence the zones.
Clark and Subic are fenced.
It is not entirely fenced, Mr. President, Your Honor. It is not.
Some parts of Subic is actually forest.
It is not entirely fenced yet.
Pero all those with, I mean, if you're gonna smuggle to the forest, but wala si Robin Padilla dito, but if you're going to use the roads, it's all, may exit, may entrance lahat sila.
I agree, Mr. President.
They have a
But the
security
same is
force,
true.
it's covered and everything.
But the same is true for, pero kung gusto may paraan, kung ayaw palagi namang may
No, no.
dahilan. So yung gagawa ng paraan, gagawa ng paraan yun.
What I'm saying, Mr. President, Senator Cheese, if you say BGC, ilan lang entrance at exit nun? Dating kampo yun eh. So ang Subic at Clark dating kampo eh. Pero pag sinabi yung buong Taguig, may Laguna Lake ka, may Parañaque, may Makati, may Pateros, may Muntinlupa, may Pasig. So magkaiba talaga. You cannot, it's not apples to apples. It's an apple orchard to an apple.
Mr. President, again, in the case of Bataan, although it covers the entire province.
But Bataan used to be PESA, EPSA, Mariveles zone.
Yes.
It grew from there.
It grew.
But naka-fence pa rin yung may port nandun.
I agree.
Inaalaw lang individually. Pero walang power ang AFAB na katulad ng powers nito to the rest of the province.
That's a different subject matter.
No, so
Yung power niya.
okay, if you're going to compare this to AFAB, if I may, Mr. President, then why don't we just give the same powers of AFAB sa BESA? So kung ano provisions ng AFAB, yun na rin ang provisions ng...
But
Mr. President?
generally, it is, Mr. President,
the
to my
same.
knowledge. In fact, for example, as you pointed out earlier, CESA even has more powers, for example,
No, no.
compared to
Ang-
AFAB, compared to Subic even, compared to BESA right now. In fact, aside from APECO, these are the only two zones that allow internet gaming up to today. And this is not the case in the case of Buzz or BESA. So there are distinctions between economic zones. Some have certain advantages over the others. Hindi ko sinasabing pagalingan, pero siyempre kada probinsya gusto magkaroon ng advantage. If you ask me, Mr. President, I would like a CESA 2 in Sorsogon, a Sorsogon economic zone, if we have the opportunity and the potential and privilege.
Quezon.
Quezon,
But-
sa Quezon yun eh.
sorry.
Let's make it clear.
Quezon.
The benefits of jobs will go to Bulacan. But the benefits of this eco zone will go to the airport city, to San Miguel, and to whoever buys the 40% of the eco zone.
No, but
Hindi
Mr. President, there's
hindi
also employment there.
Yes, that's what I said.
Yeah,
The
aside
jobs
from-
will go to the Bulakeños. Some property prices will rise. But this isn't like the basis conversion in Baguio, in Fort Bonifacio, in Pasay, na all the benefits went to the
No,
city.
Mr.
ha?
President, whatever the revenue of BEZA is, 40% goes to the local government. Uy, 40% goes to the local government, 40% goes to the national government, and 20% goes to
Yes,
BEZA.
and that 100%, it's much smaller than what they would have gotten if they weren't an eco zone. Kasi mas maliit yung 100% na yun dahil marami ng exemption yung kumpanya na yun na magbibigay ng 100%.
Mr. President, just for the record,
Pero wala pa naman nandun eh.
unlike Clark, although it was the
No,
Americans,
walang nandun sa Bulacan na magkakaroon because there's an airport, but in Malolos, in other cities in Bulacan, there are a lot of businesses there. It's a thriving province.
Mr. President, just for the record, unlike, well, in the case of Clark, although it's the Americans that built it, government funded it, now it's operated by the private sector as well. So whatever benefits accruing to that airport, now operated by the private sector, revenue going directly to the private sector operator, that we do in Clark will benefit him too. In this case, government did not and will not spend, based on the franchise granted earlier by Congress, will not spend a single centavo building this airport. So whatever benefits accruing to it by way of traffic, perhaps, cargo, wala naman din ginastos yung gobyerno sa pagpapatayo ng airport. Hindi tulad nung Clark nga, na nasa pribadong kamay na rin, at in the case of NAIA, lately, binid out na din. Am I excused already
Yeah.
by the gentleman from Taguig? Because it's...
Yeah. No, last one item because the good Senator Chairperson mentioned it na. Yung about the...
Did you say last item?
No, last item na kasama si Senator Cheese. Anong yung sa utilities? Sa public utilities, Section 13, Paragraph B.
Public
D.
utilities.
Undertake, establish, construction, operation, maintenance of public utilities, other services, and infrastructure in the Bulacan Eco Zone. May I ask the purpose for this provision?
What section again, Mr.
Section 13, letter D.
Section 13, letter D. Okay, letter D.
D as in delightful.
Undertake the establishment, construction, operation, maintenance of public utilities, other services and infrastructure in the Bulacan Eco Zone such as light, power, etc. Provided that such shall be in compliance and coordination with the rules and regulations of the concerned departments and agencies. So what's the question of our colleague?
So what's the purpose? Why give the authority this power? Why not the private sector? So why give them the monopoly of, that's a separate franchise by itself. Kasi public utility includes distribution of electricity, transmission of electricity, petroleum and petroleum products pipeline, water pipeline distribution, seaports, and public vehicles. So if you have that provision, they can actually put up their own port. So it will now compete with the Manila and Bulacan seaport. And again, we don't have a study regarding that. But this provision will allow them to do that.
Well, Mr. President, sometimes when there's an expansion needed or an improvement in maybe laying out for telecommunications or other infrastructures, it could be a joint venture between the public sector and the private sector. In this case, we also put a provision that says that if it's a franchise already given, let's say to Meralco, hindi naman magte-take over
Saan
doon
po
yung
yun? Saan nakalagay yan?
section, ano ba yan? Yung franchise shall not be. Section 13D, saan dito yung it's in the, it was in the amendment that we put in earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, we
So
can
in the
read it.
amendment. Okay. No, I mean, of course, I'll take your word for that. So, kung may existing franchise,
Hindi pwedeng
hindi pwede
baguhin.
sila. Okay. If that franchise is revoked or runs out, will it be automatically BESA na?
No, Mr. President, because we can't take that authority or power mandate away from Congress.
Yeah, but-
It's Congress that will only be the ones to grant a franchise.
Then,
but
then, because basically without using the word franchise, letter D is actually granting them a franchise. Wala lang yung word na franchise because they're allowed to establish, construct, and operate, maintain public, that's a franchise.
Well, maybe, Mr. President, a line can be proposed that says that for undertakings that require a congressional franchise, then they need to go through the process of securing a congressional franchise.
Or can we, would it be possible, Madam Chair, to make it more broad that, for example, no port, for us to put up a port in any other place in the whole country, you need, if I'm not mistaken, the Port Authority study and everything. Eto kasi, you know, if I was the lawyer of BESA and I saw this, I can build it. Pabayaan mong questionin ako ng Philippine Ports Authority or questionin ako ng Meralco or whoever. Secondly, could we put that, kasi iba yung sabihin they may, but what about others? Because I personally do not like monopolies. So Bulacan is so big. So if you only have one distributor of electricity or water or it's going to lead to abuse.
Yeah,
Iba
but-
kasi pa rin sa Clark at sa Subic kasi nga compound yun eh. So
Pero
it's-
malaki malaki rin ang Clark, mas malaki pa yung Subic.
Yes, but if sasabihin mo pa kasi sa Clark at Subic na 2-3 kayo doon, ang mangyayari doon, baka walang gumawa. Unlike sa Bulacan, it's an existing province.
That's why it's an existing province with existing utilities already, with franchises that were granted to those. So, you know, to revoke a franchise actually takes longer than just an instant revocation. They have to, there should be a case filed in Congress, and then doon pa, ang dami nga nakalusot na mga hindi compliant pa nga sa lower house. So, meron din ngayon na revoke sa lower house na franchise, pero kailangan pa rin dumaan dito sa atin. So, hindi na naman ganun kadali na mawalan ng prangkisa.
Yes, Madam Chair, but for example, I wouldn't approve in this Congress, or hindi naman ako pwedeng mag-approve lang, I wouldn't vote for one company to help bulk terminals in Cavite, Batangas, Bulacan. But basically, we're giving this to them. If you look, it's wholesale ito. Services, infrastructure, light and power, shipping, barging, stevedoring, cargo, handling, hauling, warehousing, storage of cargo port services, concession piers, bulkhead, bulk terminals, mooring areas, storage areas, roads, telecommunications. They can put up their own smart and globe.
Mr. President, yung mga ibang eco zones, ganun din yung mga
Yeah,
provisions.
but the other eco zones are not a whole province.
Well,
Bulacan is one of our biggest highly populated
It's not
province.
also the whole province of Bulacan. There are only
No,
10.
Under A and B, it's the whole Bulacan.
Well, it can expand, but it's still
Yeah.
not. I mean, it's something that we can, that it's not yet defined here in the law which provinces that is. Those are.
Yeah, but
aside
Madam
from-
Chair, iba po yung can expand by legislation, iba yung nasa law na you will eh. So, nakaabang na to eh. Nakaabang na kasi, yan, letter B. The remaining territories of the city of Malolos and
But
Mekawayan
other,
and of municipalities of Bulacan, Paumbong, Giginto, Balagtas, Bukawe, Marilao, Obando, and Santa Maria in the province are not yet included as component parts. And then letter C, all other areas or municipalities whose meets and bounds shall be clearly defined within the province of Bulacan. So we only agreed na tanggalin yung surrounding areas. But yung whole province of Bulacan, nakaabang na yan eh.
Well, ganun din sa sa Bataan actually ngayon.
Again, there's a big difference between Bataan and Bulacan, whether the population, the location. NLEX is not beside Bataan. Bataan needed it because nga, of its geographic location, etc., etc. So may pagka-affirmative action din to eh. Yung sa paglalagay dun sa mga area na yan.
Okay, so Mr. President, I actually understand the concern of the gentleman. Perhaps by the proper wording, we can put those safeguards para hindi lahat
I agree with you,
masama.
but why not instead of safeguards, why not just let free market determine the public utilities as it is now in Bulacan?
Because, Mr. President, there are already franchises granted. So maybe what we can put is,
That's what I meant, Madam Chair.
No,
Why don't we allow it? So kung may gustong gumawa ng highway doon, why stop them? Why should the BESO have the sole authority to build any highway in Bulacan? So you will take away from the others. So for example, although nabasa ko recently that MVP and RSA might collaborate on certain expressways, but you see that NLEX and SLEX are handled differently. So under this present one, it's only BESO who can determine that.
no, well, Mr. President, one thing is if there are, roads or areas there that need to be developed or transportation terminals, etc. That's going to be part of the master plan of the economic zone. It will go through a board, which, by the way, Mr. President, as I mentioned, DPWH kasama. DP kasama sa board. DOTR is part of, as I mentioned, NEDA, DTI. I mean, within the board itself, there's already representation by the national government and also the local government. So the reason why we're trying to establish also an eco zone is so that, as I mentioned, there can be expediency also. But again, I will defer again to the wisdom also of our colleague. If there's proper wording that he would like to propose, we will accept it.
Madam Chair, what I'm saying kasi the majority will prevail, but it doesn't mean that the majority is always correct. That's why I'm appealing to our reason na hindi naman siguro tama na isang buong probinsya, i-award natin isang eco-zone, then lahat ng ports, lahat ng kuryente, tubig, etc., sila lang ang pwedeng mag-determine.
Mr. President,
may I finish? So parang sasabihin natin sa Bulakenyo, huy, magde-develop kayo. Pero hindi natin alam, libre pala yung barel, mahal pala yung bala. Mahal pala yung tubig, mahal pala yung kuryente, yung palang port, eto lang ang pwede, because you're taking out the opportunity for the Bulacan government and the national government from allowing other bidders to build all of this. By having them represented in the board, tali pa rin ang kamay nila.
Well,
So
Mr.
the
President,
DOTR, may I finish lang? The DOTR secretary will be in the board. But if the DOTR secretary says SM or MVP wants to build a highway here, the board can shoot him down and say, hindi, BESO lang ang authorized dito. So if they want to do it, mag-propose sila sa BESO.
Mr. President, it doesn't say that solely responsible. It says undertake the establishment. It doesn't say solely undertake the establishment. So pwede pa naman dito na makapasok yung
Madam
iba.
Chair, pero katulad ng port,
But it should be, sir, in compliance and coordination with the rules and regulations of concerned departments and agencies. So, kung hindi naman ito papayag yung DPWH or DOTR, kahit na sabihin mo, na may board representation sila, yung ibang departments na hindi kasama sa board can still have a say and strike it down. Like, let's say, DPWH, na hindi kasama sa board, but they're an agency of the government, they can resist giving a permit. Even the local government, Mr. President, although they have representation in the board, it does not take away their autonomy to grant building permits and business permits. So meron pa rin po. And it's a delicate balance also of maintaining the autonomy of the local government at
Madam
the same
Chair,
time.
under the ease of doing government law, ang nakalagay kasi dito, they only have to comply with the rules and regulations. But the legislative authority is given to them na. So katulad ng seaport, halimbawa, you cannot put 2 seaports near the Bulacan Airport. You cannot put that. It's not economically viable.
And then, pwedeng
if-
pumayag yung, because
Madam
under
Chair, if I
the
may
departments
finish.
and agencies,
Yeah,
the Philippine Ports Authority can just say hindi pwede yan.
No, they
fall
cannot,
under,
Madam Chair, they cannot, because it says here under the law, as long as you follow the rules and regulation. When you follow the rules and regulation under the ease of doing business law and the anti-red tape, hindi pwedeng i-deny yung permit mo. May legislative authority ka na eh. Sumunod ka sa rules. So,
Mr. President, rules and regulations of departments and agencies.
Yes.
So,
They have 2 things. They have authority to grant the license, and they have the rules and regulation. If you already gave the legislative authority, sinabi mo na eh, pwede kang gumawa ng port. All you have to do is to download from the internet yung requirement sa port. It has to be this big, it has to be this, it has to be... Hindi ka na pwedeng pigilan ng DOTR or ng Ports Authority na gawin yon.
hindi, Mr. President, if the DOTR, the Port Authority, finds something wrong, for example, it's dangerous to build in that area or ano, they can still strike it down.
Of course, if it's dangerous. But if not dangerous, but it's they complied lahat. Pero iba ang gustong gumawa, hindi Beso. Beso can block them. And Beso can say, hindi, kami ang gagawa. So, kung sinong gagawa ng port doon, dapat hindi Beso ang mag-decide. Ang mag-decide dapat nun, kasi we keep expanding eh. First, it was an airport, then an airport city, then an eco zone, and then now pati kuryente, tubig, bus, highway. So gumagawa ng sariling autonomous region or may Republic of San Miguel dito sa Bulacan, which I think is unfair to other businessmen.
Hindi naman po, Mr. President. Ako
No, that's the ano eh, that's the
I'm not,
implication.
you're the lawyer,
Yeah.
Mr. President, so I will wait for our colleague to propose a language that he feels comfortable with. But my understanding is, within the eco zone are also private lands that cannot just be usurped. So if there's a private development there between somebody, they can still build. There's no express language that says the Bacsesfa can
Madam Chair,
deny them.
Madam Chair, if I was the Villar Group or the SM Group or the MVP Group at bibiling ko yung lupa, I will check muna kung papayag yung authority na bibildan ko. Kasi kung hindi rin na mapapayag yung authority, ba't ko bibilin yung lupa? Ang problema, hindi na sila tutuloy sa DOTR, sa PPA, sa ERC, etc. Kailangan pa nila magmano sa Beso, which, for all practical, is intimately tied with the airport city and San Miguel Corporation. So that's the reality there.
No, but Mr. President, di ba sinasabi nga natin yung composition ng board, most of them are appointed by the President. The others are ex-officio members, and the others are from the local government. So, kahit nasabihin mo itong San Miguel may be the biggest investor, may checks and balances. That's why we put that in the But again, Mr. President, again, the expert here, I suppose, legally, I would like to wait for your actual amendments, Mr. President, and we can accept it.
Yeah. Well, the easiest way to do it is, which I thought that's what we believe in this country, is free market. That anyone can come in and in any province in our country, there are exceptions with enclosed former military camps, and there are reasons for that. But for example, Metro Manila, pinaghatian niya ng Maynilad at Manila Water. Dahil hindi nga mature enough pa yung market na sabay sila at ganyan. So may mga ganun accommodation. But for example, Smart at Globe, hindi natin sila pinagbawalan na mag-compete. But to give now the power to this entity to have their own telecommunication system so they can put up the Bulacan Telecoms.
Mr. President, I mean to endeavor, like for example now, because we've opened the Public Service Act and we've seen that certain, like telecommunications, is no longer a natural monopoly. In fact, SpaceX can provide service in that area. Converge can provide service in that area. And other telco companies. Kasi nga, hindi na nga natural monopoly yun eh. Wala na yun sa Public Service Act na sinasabing natural monopoly. There are just a few categories. So, Mr. President, pag sinabing free market, free zone, I mean, it's a principle of
No, Madam Chair,
encouraging.
it's called a free zone because walang taxes.
No, I
Not-
know
not
what you
because
mean.
they're-
But that's why we're saying the principle of free market is to encourage nga more capital, more investors. So I'm awaiting also what is the proper language that will guarantee.
That's why, Madam Chair, the question is, why are we giving them this gift? Hindi naman kasama sa pag-free zone yan eh. Di ba? Because this is nga an existing province. This isn't a new vacant lot or a redevelopment or a military camp na i-develop mo. Kung halimbawa, i-develop mo ang Fort Magsaysay, then by all means, all of these powers, ilalagay mo dyan because except for the military housing and training areas, you have nothing there. But Bulacan is filled with people, filled with businesses, with enterprise and everything, and may mga plano na lahat dyan. Ang the top 10, top 15 real estate developers, may plano lahat dyan.
No,
Now,
Mr.
if
President-
you make it all subject to
Right.
BESA, then it changes the level playing field in the whole province.
Okay, the power, this is the understanding that we have. The power given to BESA is not to the exclusion of other public utilities. There's no express language in the bill prohibiting other utilities to set up. In fact, that is the essence of our amendment earlier. We don't want to exclude others. BESA does not even give the franchise. It is still the agencies and Congress. So, Mr. President, we can expound on this, but I would also would
two
like
questions
to,
about that. One, if other entities do not have a legislative franchise but we already gave them, then sila lang ang pwedeng gumawa.
Oh,
So, yun nga. So, shouldn't we give everyone?
I'm sorry.
We already gave BESA eh. So, like telecommunications, kailangan mo ng franchise para magkaroon ng telco eh.
We're not giving BESA a franchise, Mr. President.
Wala lang yung word na franchise, but we're
To
basically giving them a
undertake.
franchise.
To undertake. Mr. President, it's just saying that they're not excluded from perhaps undertaking it. But they still, after they undertake this, let's say they want to build infrastructure for telecommunications, for them to be operational, they have to apply for a franchise with Congress. I mean,
They don't have to, Madam Chair, because tignan niyo yung wording ha. Undertake the establishment, construction, operation, and maintenance of public utilities, other services, infrastructure in the Bulacan Ecozone, such as, then ninarate niya, no?
Mr.
As-
President, will it help if we can just put, provided that they should be in compliance with Congress right to grant, Congress mandate to grant a franchise, and concerned departments, permits, and agencies?
My point, Madam Chair, is that if you take this out and they want to do it, they can still apply. Eh. But if you put this, basically you're giving them all the power na. Eh.
We're not giving them all the power if they have to still be
No, ma'am,
compliant.
because they have to establish, they can construct, they can operate.
Okay, that's why,
They-
Mr. President, this is curative. Eh. I believe that when we're doing an amendment, we are trying to cure whatever flaws the bill has.
yes,
So
Madam Chair.
instead of arguing about it, that, we're giving them that power, I agree with our colleague here that we should put something that says that they have to still go through the regular law, the regular process in obtaining such permits. Can we do that, Mr. President?
Yeah.
Okay. Do
Maybe,
you have the proposal ready, sir?
no, precisely that was my question because, for all I know, when I ask the question, baka may specific reason nga why we're granting
No,
them,
Okay, so,
them that.
so
diba?
let's work on that, Mr. President.
Okay. So, may I go to the Board of Directors? First question, why did we digress from the usual board ng ibang mga economic, ibang eco zones.
Ecozone. I believe, Mr. President, the reason why we did that is we wanted more participation from national government agencies as well as more representation from the local government to guarantee also some sort of autonomy for them.
Yeah. But under the proposal in this bill, it will ensure that the chairman will be a nominee of the San Miguel Corporation Airport City.
No, Mr. President.
No, anong section siya?
They will be, he will be elected among the members.
Yes, he'll be elected among the members, but all of the members cannot be elected because you're not allowed to chair a eco zone if you already have a different government job. That would be unconstitutional. So ang natira na lang na pwede, yung representative of airport project at yung eco zone workers and yung private sector. But yung lahat ng iba kasi, like governor ng Bulacan, hindi ka pwedeng governor ng Bulacan tapos chairman ka ng ano. Diba? So all the others, APECO, CESA, AFAB, the chairman is appointed by the president or it's ex officio a cabinet secretary. So why don't we just make the chairman appointed by the president?
We can, if you have a proposal, Mr. President, that we can amend.
Yeah, it's not just a proposal, it's pointing out that we want to keep a Chinese wall. We want the synergy and we want the airport to be successful. But we want to prevent a conflict of interest between the private-led San Miguel Corporation and the publicly owned BESO. But under the way it was crafted, ang magiging chairman dito, representative ng airport project. And then if you look at the powers, the board or the president can give the chairman the powers of the administrator. So he can basically take over. So basically he gave the whole province to the owner of the airport. So private na to. So ibang-iba na.
Can.
Yeah, can.
They
I'm talking about
but
theory.
diba sabi mo nga, merong representative of the labor, bakit dun sa mga AFAB, sino yung representative?
No, sa AFAB, administrator is chairman.
DTI. So pwede rin, kung gusto ninyo, ganon, pwede rin.
Just so that it's consistent. Again, di ba?
Dun sa AFAB, elected among the members of the board.
No, the AFAB, it's administrator of AFAB is the chairperson.
Sineparate na nila yon. AFAB has amended it, separate na yung chairman and administrator.
As a default under the Philippine Constitution, the president, di ba, appoints. So if it's okay with the chairperson, the good senator, why don't we just let the president choose the chairperson so that at least the administrator, kasi the president is accountable
Yeah, Mr.
accountable
President,
to all of us.
with the
yeah.
proposal, please propose the amendment and we will look into it.
Yes. And then, can we make it clear? I don't know how to word it. I know that wasn't the intention, but if you read the powers of the chairman, parang pwede ibigay ng board or president yung powers ng administrator. Kasi ang pagkaintindi ko, ang CEO or COO is the administrator. The chairman is really the chairman of the board, really policy making, di ba? Unless we intend it to be both, then gawin na natin clear.
No.
So it's like BCDA,
We can have
iba
it
yung
pwede na
presidente,
mag-appoint.
iba yung yeah.
Yes, Mr. President, yes, that could be an amendment for the president to appoint the chairman.
Yeah. Can I go back to yung pong sinabi nyo about yung pwedeng to sell locally?
Okay.
Yeah. Can I have a 1-minute break lang?
Yes. Thank you.
Session suspended.
1-minute break.
move that we suspend for the meantime the consideration of Senate Bill number 2572. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture and with the permission of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 216 on House Bill number 8839. This is the bill granting Philippine citizenship to Lee Duan Wang. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 8839 under Committee Report number 216. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of House Bill number 8839 is now in order. With the permission of the body, the Secretary will read only the title of the bill without prejudice into inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act granting Philippine citizenship to Lee Duan Wang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, Senator Francis Tol Tolentino, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Senator Francis Tol Tolentino, the chairperson of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, is now recognized to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Mr. President, members of this august chamber, I'm supposed to sponsor the naturalization of two outstanding individuals today. One is Alexander Corovin, who's supposed to represent the Philippines in the Winter Olympics, but we're still waiting for the papers from the lower house. But tonight I have the honor to present Committee Report 216, granting Philippine citizenship to Lee Duan Wang, a man who goes by the name of Mark Ong. He is a Chinese national who came to the Philippines 33 years ago. He is a permanent resident. He has a permanent resident status in the country. In the naturalization proceedings that this representation has sponsored, I prodded Mr. Wang on why he seeks to become a Filipino citizen. And speaking in our language, he responded, kasi matagal na ako dito, kasi mabait ang mga Pilipino, at dahil habang buhay na namin gusto manirahan dito sa Pilipinas. But as many Filipinos would want to know, does he possess the grit, resilience, commitment, and honor to be a Filipino? Meron ba talaga siyang pusong Pinoy? An evocative and forceful term that we all share a special kinship with. Mr. President, let me indulge you with the story of our grantee who sowed the seeds of hard work, and quite literally. Naranasan po niyang mainitan at mabilad sa bukid at a young age of 12 sa Kawayan, Isabela. Bukod pa doon, Mr. President, naranasan din po niya magtinda ng tsinelas sa kanyang kabuhayan at makarating dito sa Maynila at nagtrabaho sa gawaan ng mga t-shirts. Nang makaluwag-luwag siya sa buhay, hindi na makalimot magbalik tulong si Mr. Wang sa komunidad. His companies became his means to pay back to the Filipino people. In fact, at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, when the global economy experienced a serious blow due to quarantine restrictions, Mr. Wang's company housed all their employees in Subic, providing them with free food and shelter so that they could continue with a safe way to earn a living. During the same pandemic, he also donated face masks, relief goods, to the indigenous communities in Subic, but also not only to the communities in Subic, but also in Pasay, Manila, Parañaque, and even as far as Cebu. He also initiated programs like the Coffee Heritage Project that supports the tribal communities in the Cordilleras and the Bangsamoro. His company made sure that the coffee products would have a sure market, as his company paid generously for products and took on the sale in Manila, thus giving sustainable livelihood to our indigenous people. His children all studied in the Philippines at the Xavier School and the Immaculate Conception Academy in San Juan. From the philanthropic work of his company, he also guarantees that he personally puts in community service by being a fire volunteer in Ermita, Manila since 2012. Mr. President, literal na isinabuhay ng ating grantee ang katagang handa siyang mag-alay ng kanyang buhay para iligtas ang mga mamamayan sa sakuna at sa sunog. To show his spirit of patriotism and love of the Philippines, allow me to play a short video clip showing the answer of Mr. Wang, also known as Mr. Mark Ong, when I asked him where he will side in conflict between China and the Philippines. And I'd like this august body to hear this audio-video
Siguro,
presentation.
Ngayon kita, pag Pilipino ka na, saan ka kakampi doon? Yung sa posisyon ng Pilipinas o sa posisyon ng China?
Hindi kailangan ko lang isip. Pilipinas po. Kasi dito talaga ako eh.
Okay.
Malabo ako dun sa China. Kasi mataba wala na ako dun.
Okay. Siguro yung anak mo, ganun din.
Siyempre.
Ha?
Yes po, yes.
Mr. President, ang sagot po niya, to reiterate, hindi ko kailangan mag-isip. Pilipinas po kasi dito talaga ako. Those were the very words of our grantee. Having no derogatory records in the databases of the different agencies and receiving no objection from the Office of the Solicitor General, I earnestly believe, Mr. President, that this man is deserving to be granted Filipino citizenship. Mr. President, this is a committee report coming from House Bill 8839, and to quote an Irish author and philosopher, Charles Handy, he once said, and I quote, "Citizenship is the chance to make a difference to the place where you belong." Indeed, Mr. President, we have here a man in the person of Mr. Wang, who, while not yet being a Filipino, has already made a difference in this place he calls home. Mr. President, I think he deserves to become a Filipino citizen, and as I sponsor this measure, I think the members of this family are indeed happy, Mr. President. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senator Tolentino. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8839 under Committee Report number 216. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, consideration of House Bill number 8839 under Committee Report number 216 is hereby suspended.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we take up additional reference of business.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved. The Secretary is now directed to read the reference of business.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 2599, declaring the 11th of October of every year a special day for the commemoration of the Philippines-Mongolia Friendship Day. Senator Pimentel III.
Thank you very much. Done? Referred to.
Wait lang. 25, to refer to the Committee on Foreign Relations and Finance.
Senate number 2600, declaring the 28th of September of every year a special day for the commemoration of the Philippines-Hungary Friendship Day. Senator Pimentel III.
Refer the Committee on Foreign Relations and Finance.
2601, amending Section 13 of Republic Act number 11203, and for other purposes. Senator Villar C.
Refer to Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution 959, congratulating and commending the 9 recipients of the Gawad ng Mandilikha ng Bayan Award or the National Living Treasures Award for 2023 for their exemplary contributions to the promotion and safeguarding of our Philippine cultural heritage. Senator Legarda.
Refer to Committee on Rules.
960, directed Senate Committee on Public Information and Mass Media conduct an inquiry on the indefinite suspension imposed by the National Telecommunications Commission on Sunshine Media Network International. Senator Padilla.
Refer to Committee on Public Services.
961, commending and congratulating Sarah Geronimo for being the first Filipina to receive the Global Force Award at the 2024 Billboard Women in Music Awards. Senator Angara.
Refer to Committee on Rules.
Committee reports. Committee Report 231, jointly by the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Justice and Human Rights, and Finance, on Senate number 2596, with Senators Tulfo, Villanueva, Escudero, Tolentino, and Angara as authors. An act establishing a legal scholarship and return service program for deserving students and appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval in substitution Senate numbers 1610 and 1639. Sponsor, Senator Escudero.
The calendar for ordinary business.
232, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Justice and Human Rights, Ways and Means, and Finance, on Senate number 2597, with Senators Tulfo, Escudero, Tolentino, and Angara as authors. An act strengthening the Legal Education Board, amending for the purpose of Republic Act number 7662, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate number 1653, sponsor, Senator Escudero.
The calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report 233, jointly by the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Health and Demography, and Finance, on Senate number 2598, with Senators Estrada, Revilla Jr., Go, Lapid, Escudero, and Angara as authors. An act strengthening the mental health services of state universities and colleges, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 1508, 1630, 1786, and 1796, taking into consideration House number 6416, sponsor Senator Escudero.
The calendar for ordinary business.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading, Senate number 2602, prohibiting online publication and promotion of gambling-related content, providing penalties therefore and for other purposes, Senator Padilla.
Refer to committees on public information, mass media, and games and amusement.
2603, granting Philippine citizenship to Beatriz Berta Rojas, Senator Zubiri.
Refer to committee on rules.
2604, coordinating all performance measurement tools and reward system for all local government units by institutionalizing a culture of meritocracy in the Philippines, amending certain provisions of RA number 11292 and for other purposes, Senator Angara.
Refer to committees on local government and finance.
Resolutions, proposed Senate Resolution 962, congratulating, commending the winners of the 30th Annual Galing Pook Award, Senator Lapid.
Refer to committee on rules.
Proposed Senate Resolution number 963, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an investigation on the proliferation of online gambling accessible to Filipino minors through under-regulated online and mobile platforms, such as social media sites and applications, Senator Lapid.
Refer to committees on public information and mass media and games and amusement.
964, congratulating and commending Sarah Geronimo for being honored with the Global Force Award given to artists who are making groundbreaking contributions to the music industry as singers, songwriters, instrumentalists, and producers at the 2024 Billboard Women in Music Awards on March 7, 2024 in California, USA. Senator Lapid.
Refer to committee on rules.
Committee reports. Committee report number 234, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House number 8255, and now creating 2 additional branches of the MTCC in the 6th Judicial Region, stationed in the city of Bacolod, province of Negros Occidental, appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 29 of BP 129 as amended. Recommending its approval with amendments, sponsor Senator Tolentino.
The calendar for ordinary business.
235, by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House number 8252, and now creating 2 additional branches of the RTC in the 12th Judicial Region, Municipality of Tubod, Province of Lanao del Norte, appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14M of BP 129 as amended, recommending its approval with amendments, sponsor Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report 236, jointly by the Committees on Economic Affairs upon the recommendation of the Subcommittee on the Comprehensive Infrastructure Development Master Plan, Public Works and Finance on Senate number 2605 with Senators Ejercito, Villar M., Villanueva, Go, and Poe as authors, mandating the formulation and institutionalization of a Comprehensive Infrastructure Development Master Plan, establishing the Master Plan for Infrastructure and National Development, Mine Council, and appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 158, 439, 1987, and 2114, sponsor Senator Ejercito.
The calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture and with the consent of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, committee reports number, Committee Report number 178 on House Bill number 6579, CR number 179 on HB number 6580, CR number 180 and HB number 6581. Committee Report number 181 on HB 6585. CR number 182 on HB number 6586. CR number 183 on House Bill number 6587. CR number 184 on HB number 6588. CR number 185 on HB number 6589. CR number 217 on HB number 6582. CR number 218 on HB number 6583. CR number 219 on HB number 6584. CR number 220 on House Bill number 8247. CR number 221 on HB number 8248. CR number 222 on HB number 8249. CR number 223 on HB number 8250. CR number 224 on HB number 8253. CR number 225 on HB number 8254. CR number 226 on HB number 8256. CR number 227 on HB number 8558. CR number 228 on HB number 8259. CR number 229 on HB number 8260. CR number 230 on HB number 8251. CR number 234 on HB number 8255. And CR number 235 on HB number 8252. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we consider the aforementioned bills, Mr. President. So move, Mr. President.
If there is no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May we ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
House Number 6579, 5 RTCs in the National Capital Judicial Region, Muntinlupa City. House Bill Number 6580, 2 RTCs in the 4th Judicial Region, Silang, Cavite. House Number 6581, 3 MTCs in the National Capital Judicial Region, Parañaque City. House Number 6585, 6 RTCs in the 9th Judicial Region, Diplahan, Zamboanga, Sibugay. 6586, 3 RTCs in the 10th Judicial Region, Valencia City, Bukidnon. 6587, 4 RTCs in the 8th Judicial Region, Tacloban City, Leyte. 6588, 12 RTCs and 1 MTC, Cabuyao City, Laguna, both in the 4th Judicial Region. 6589, 11 MTCs in the 11th Judicial Region, Davao City. 6582, 2 RTCs in the 2nd Judicial Region, Cabagan, Isabela. 6583, 3 RTCs and 2 MTCs in the 10th Judicial Region, San Jose and Basilisa, Province of Dinagat Islands. 6584, 1 RTC designated a Special Court for Drug Cases in the 8th Judicial Region, Special Court for Drugs Cases, Baybay City, Leyte. 8247, 4 RTCs in the 4th Judicial Region, Municipality of Caluwag, Province of Quezon. 8248, 2 RTCs and 2 MTCs in the 9th Judicial Region, Pagadian, Zamboanga del Sur. 8249, 10 RTCs and 8 MTCs in the 4th Judicial Region, Antipolo, Rizal. 8250, 2 RTCs in the 11th Judicial Region, Panabo, Davao del Norte. 8253, 1 MTC in the 10th Judicial Region, Malaybalay, Bukidnon. 8254, 5 RTCs in the 4th Judicial Region, Rosario and San Juan, Batangas. 8256, 3 RTCs and 2 MTCs in the National Capital Judicial Region, City of Navotas. 8258, 3 MTCs in the 1st Judicial Region, San Carlos, Pangasinan. 8259, converting 4 RTCs in Pasig into 4 RTCs in San Juan City, and creation of 2 RTCs and 2 MTCs in the National Capital Judicial Region, San Juan City. 8260, 2 RTCs in the 10th Judicial Region, Gingoog, Misamis Oriental. 8251, 4 RTCs and 4 MTCs in the 8th Judicial Region, or MOC, Leyte. 8255, 2 MTCs in the 6th Judicial Region, Bacolod, Negros Occidental. And House Number 8252, 2 RTCs in the 12th Judicial Region, Tubod, Lanao del Norte.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to recognize the sponsor of the measure, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights, Senator Francis Tolentino, to deliver an omnibus sponsorship speech. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Francis Tolentino is recognized.
Magandang gabi po, mahal na Pangulo. Ito po ay isang omnibus sponsorship speech. Mr. President, pursuant to Article 3, Section 16 of the 1987 Constitution, which gives every person the right to a speedy trial, I stand before this august chamber on behalf of the Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights to sponsor the creation of 72 regional trial courts, 2 municipal trial courts, 32 municipal trial courts in cities, and 7 municipal trial courts reflected in committee report numbers 178, 179, 180, 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 228, 229, 230, 234, and 235, which seek to address the critical gaps in our judicial system. With the creation of additional courts through these 24 committee reports, we anticipate a positive turnaround by effectively reducing the average caseload to a manageable level of 300 or even fewer cases per court. This will improve the facilitation of said cases and expedite the administration of justice, a fundamental function of the government and a cornerstone of a truly democratic society. These measures will also guarantee that the newly created courts are not mere hollow constructs. They will be readily and fully operational by including the necessary funding and staffing requirements of the courts, as well as the prosecutors and public attorneys assigned to each court. Hopefully, the passage of these bills will ensure that these additional courts will be able to provide for an effective and efficient administration of justice and fundamentally build the trust and confidence of our people in our justice system. In the interest of time, I will just submit my full sponsorship speech, and I move that it be inserted into the records. Maraming salamat po, mahal na Pangulo, at magandang gabi.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino. So the full sponsorship speech will just be inserted into the records. Majority Leader? Ayun.
Mr. President, to co-sponsor the measure, may we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Bohol and the Davao region, Senator Bato de la Rosa. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa is recognized to deliver his co-sponsorship speech.
Thank you, Mr. President and Majority Leader. I just would like to manifest my interest to be made co-author and co-sponsor omnibussly to all these measures under consideration, and my omnibus co-sponsorship speech be inserted into the records, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let it be placed on record that Senator Tolentino is doing a thumbs up sign, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I concur especially with the inclusion of the Panabo RTC as well as the Davao Regional Trial Court.
So as this representation, Mr. President, and Senator Bongo, Mr. President, would also like to...
Mr. President, may I request to be considered as co-sponsor of the measures under consideration. Thank you, Mr. President.
Omnibus, Mr. President. Together with this representation, let it be placed on record, Mr.
Yes,
President.
the chair takes note. And,
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. President, I would like to recall my earlier statement. Only co-sponsor, not a co-author, because this is
It's a House bill, Mr. President.
House bill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
President.
very much, Mr. President. With that, Mr. President, and to allow our colleagues to study further the measures, I move that we suspend consideration of the aforementioned bills. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Pwede na ako? May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Pwede na ako?
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to calendar for special orders committee report number 236 on Senate Bill number 2605. This is the bill on the Comprehensive Infrastructure Development Master Plan. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's carried.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2605 under committee report number 236.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2605 is now in order. And with the permission of the body, the Secretary will read only the title of the measure without prejudice to inserting into the records the whole text thereof.
An act mandating the formulation and institutionalization of a comprehensive infrastructure development master plan, establishing the master plan for infrastructure and national development, Mine Council, and appropriating funds therefore.
With that, we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the hardworking, super hardworking Deputy Majority Leader and Chairperson of the Subcommittee on Comprehensive Infrastructure Development Master Plan, Senator J.V. Ejercito, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, at the outset, I would like to thank our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Economic Affairs, my kapatid, Senator Grace Poe, for letting me shepherd this crucial measure. This bill will not be possible without the act of legislative grace. And for that, this representation will always be grateful. With that said, Mr. President, we are proud to sponsor Senate Bill number 2605 under Committee Report number 236. This is the Master Plan for Infrastructure and National Development, or MIND Act. This measure is in substitution of Senate Bill numbers 158, 439, 1987, and 213 by Senators Villar, Villanueva, Go, and this representation. Mr. President, this bill is called the MIND Act because it seeks to fundamentally change the government's mindset in planning our infrastructure, for we have shortcomings in both visions and in results. Infrastructure planning in this country tends to be short-term and fragmented. The government's usual approach can be best described as follows. If there's no plan, pay for one. If there is a plan, implement only a few parts or shelve it entirely. If we need another plan, combine the old ones and pretend it is new. Hiwalay pa dito, Mr. President, ang CCP factor or capacity coordination and politics. Minsan may plano at pondo pero kulang sa absorptive capacity. Minsan kulang sa coordination lalo na kung road projects nagiging KKB or kanya-kanyang bungkal. And worst of all, hinahaluan ng politika. Alam naman natin na plans are dropped kapag hindi priority ng bagong administrasyon. We have what Nico King calls a heritage of smallness, and this translates into our poor quality infrastructure. We live in patchwork cities and drive on potholed roads. We ride makeshift jeepneys and anemic rail systems. We send our students to crap schools and cram our ailing loved ones in understaffed hospitals. Isingingit ko lang dito, Ginoong Pangulo, we are not laying the blame on any administration. This complicated mess was brought about by poor and uncoordinated planning, if not the lack thereof. Thus, we need a master plan that will lay the foundation for infrastructure and national development. It will improve our investment climate and create decent and fulfilling jobs for all Filipinos. It will compel government to plan together and think ahead. And in so doing, it will build the infrastructure which the next generation deserves. This includes railway system which they will ride, the schools where they will learn, and the parks where they will play. And as one saying goes, great nations plant trees to provide shade for future generations. That is the ideal which this bill aspires to. The broad strokes of this bill are as follows. First, it mandates the formulation of a comprehensive and integrated 30-year infrastructure master plan. This will serve as our long-term framework for the following subsectors: land, air, and sea transportation and logistics, energy, water, information communications technology, social infrastructure such as housing, health, and education, agri-fisheries, and food logistics. The plan will be reviewed every 10 years or sooner to account for new and emerging technologies and trends. We envision the master plan as a plan of all plans, or to borrow from J.R.R. Tolkien, this is the one plan to guide them all and one plan to bind them all. It will be supported by the long-term economic and demographic projections and estimated infrastructure needs. It will contain a list of proposed projects with indicative timelines, projected funding requirements, and proposed financing modalities. Our bill will also establish the Mine Council, which will formulate, implement, and review the master plan. It is basically an expanded NEDA board with additional representatives from LGUs and industry stakeholders. We base this on the recently created National Innovation Council under RA 11293. But just to be clear, the Council will not replace NEDA. It will provide a wider and forward-looking perspective. Perhaps we can compare with the recent Academy Awards. The Mine Council is the scriptwriter. They will paint in broad strokes and compose the plot. They will set the stage to the ensemble cast. NEDA is the executive producer. It will provide secretarial and technical support and will translate the master plan into the jargon of planning, programming, and budgeting. Lastly, our bill creates mechanisms for monitoring, reviewing, and revising the master plan. On one hand, the Council will meet at least once every quarter. It shall revise the plan every 10 years to account for emerging technologies and changing demands. The bill also creates a joint congressional oversight committee to whom the Mine Council shall periodically report. My dear colleagues, the impact of our dysfunctional planning process is felt every day. We have been deprived of trains, bus lines, and bike lanes which have been averted our current Carmageddon. A 2014 study estimates that completing any of the rail-centered master plans for Metro Manila could have reduced 200,000 private cars from trips from our roads. Some of these plans go all the way back to 1973. And I think, Mr. President, by our estimates, we are about 20 to 30 years behind in terms of infrastructure development compared to our ASEAN neighbors. As a result, Carmageddon is draining our pockets and souls. Logistics is around 20% of the cost of doing business in the Philippines compared to 6% in other major ASEAN cities. Hiwalay pa dyan ang napakamahal nating presyo ng kuryente. As a 2020 World Bank study notes, we pay Singapore-level prices but not Singapore-level services. This production costs compound into lower wages, which we are now trying to correct through legislation. A 2018 World Bank study notes that from 2001 to 2016, worker productivity grew by 50%, but real wages remained stagnant, which means that our employees have been working harder but have not grown richer. Finally, it has stunted our regional development. The best time to build the North-South Commuter Railway and the Mindanao Railway was 30 years ago. This could have spread the growth to the countryside and created decent jobs and fulfilling jobs in the provinces as well. Let me cite one example. The Philippine National Railways once served as the backbone of Luzon. It stretched 1,140 kilometers from La Union to Legazpi. By the 1960s, it was a mere 100 kilometers. By 1964, Japan had built its first bullet train, which reduced travel time from Tokyo to Osaka from 6 hours to 4 hours. The Nozomi Shinkansen has reduced it further to 2 hours and 30 minutes. Today, the Shinkansen ferries roughly 229,000 passengers daily. Sa Pilipinas, a land trip from Manila to Bayon Volcano is a pilgrimage. My dear colleagues, the road ahead is simple. We need to break our bad planning habits where dreams are brought to government desks only for them to lie there and die there. The change we seek is institutional. We want to change how we are governed regardless of who sits in Malacanang. In this regard, the master plan, Mr. President, will be the blueprint for future administrations. It will ensure that bridges are built, rails are laid, regardless of how troubled the political waters may be. In doing so, it will encourage agencies to adopt a mindset of long-term growth. It will make them think not in 6-year cycles, but in terms of generations. The master plan will be the true north to which they will keep the faith. It will make them think outside of policy silos and join hands in harmonized planning. And it will make them think outside of the geographic borders and ensure that growth is spread across the country. My dear colleagues, Mr. President, I eagerly seek for your support for this measure that has put this bill on the fast track so that our country can be on the right track. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator J.V. Ejercito. Senator Francis Tolentino is seeking the floor. What's the pleasure of the gentleman?
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to associate myself with this
Thank you.
Please proceed. Forward-looking measure, and I'd like to be made a co-author as well, if the good author would oblige, because I do believe that a comprehensive master plan for infrastructure in the Philippines is crucial for efficient resource allocation, sustainable development, and improved connectivity. By prioritizing projects based on their impact and urgency, the plan as envisioned by Senator Ejercito ensures that resources are utilized effectively, promoting economic growth and resilience against natural disasters and climate change. Further, it would enhance public services delivery, and will reduce regional disparities, as he mentioned a while ago, the proposed railway system in Mindanao, and attract investments, ultimately leading to a better quality of life for citizens and stimulating overall development across the country. Mr. President, having said that, I'd like to be made a co-author as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
The sponsor would say he is willing, Mr. President.
Yes, gladly.
Thank you.
We accept the intent of Senator Torti to be a co-sponsor of the measure. And likewise, Mr. President, Senator Legarda would likewise like to insert into the record her co-sponsorship speech.
Yes. Let me also put into the records that this representation is so honored and privileged to be co-author and co-sponsor of Senate Bill number 2605, the Master Plan for Infrastructure and National Development Act. We thank the gentleman from San Juan for sponsoring this very important measure. If you recall, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, we had a long discussion about the problems of flooding, especially in my beloved province, the province of Bulacan. And despite the fact that we discovered last year that there's about 1 billion pesos a day budget for flooding that is lodged at the Department of Public Works and Highways alone. And another 1 billion a day project for this year, again, for DPWH. Unfortunately, hindi naman po na-address yung problema ng baha sa atin, sa aming lalawigan ng Bulacan. So, let me associate myself and perhaps just put into the records these representations, co-sponsorship speech be inserted into the records. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Yeah, we'd like to thank the Majority Leader for being a co-sponsor of this very important measure. Mr. President, in relation to the filed committee report number 236 on the Comprehensive Infrastructure Development Master Plan, I would like to inform the body that similar bills of the same nature were referred to the Committee on Public Works. In particular, these are Senate Bill number 1563 and House Bill number 8078, both pertain to the bills on an act providing for a 30-year national infrastructure program. With that, Mr. President, with the permission of the body and upon discussions with the chairperson of the Committee on Public Works, the Committee on Economic Affairs, Subcommittee on the Comprehensive Infrastructure Development Master Plan, I move to transfer the aforementioned bills from the Committee on Public Works to the Committee on Economic Affairs and be subsequently considered as part of the committee report. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration Senate Bill number 2605 under committee report number 236.
Is there any objection? Hearing none. Motion is carried. Minute suspension.
Session is
Mr.
resumed.
President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2572 under Committee Report number 209. This is the bill on the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone and Freeport Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2572 is now in order.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The parliamentary status of the measure is that for almost the entire day, we are continuously in the period of individual amendments. And so, Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Grace Poe, and to continue with his individual amendments, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. So move, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Grace Poe, the chair, and likewise Senator Alan Cayetano are recognized.
Mr. President, let me end my questions and interpellation
Mr.
with...
President, if I
want to-
go ahead.
minority leaders.
Yes, the minority
Yes,
leader is recognized.
Mr. President, just a point of order because our majority leader has reminded us that we have spent the whole day for this bill. Is this even a certified urgent bill, Mr. President? Is it? I mean, is it? So my question is, if it is not, why are we doing this, Mr. President?
Majority leader.
Mr. President, we have been committed to pass urgent measures, Mr. President, as agreed upon by the members of the Senate during the caucus. And despite the fact that this is not an urgent measure certified by the President, I, for one, Mr. President, as a true-blooded Bulaqueño, believes that this is an important measure. And so I appreciate the fact that a lot of our colleagues are literally burning midnight oils, Mr. President, just to work on this very important landmark piece of legislation.
Likewise, we have last 3 remaining days next week, so we are trying to pass whatever we can on second reading today, so that until next week we can be able to pass everything on third reading.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes,
that's exactly correct.
I've noticed some contentious issues, Mr. President. So my next question is, do we even still have a quorum, Mr. President, to continue to transact business?
Mr. President, before ruling on that or suspending, minsan lang ako nandito ng gantong oras. Wag naman sana ako pauwiin at piliting pauwiin ni Coco. Hayaan niya nang nandito na muna ako hanggang gantong oras. Bihira lang to. Okay na yon.
And also a hardworking gentleman from Taguig is also here. Come on, let's celebrate this time.
This is a rare opportunity.
This is a rare occasion that both gentlemen are here, and let us
Precisely.
take advantage.
Precisely, Mr. President, I feel that something is different. That's why I raised a point of order. Something strange is going on, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I think some of our colleagues are just so used to cramming that at the very last minute, we always submit on time.
Yeah. Mr. President, for the record, let me put into the records, Mr. President, that at this point in time, it's 9:25 p.m. We still have at least 14 senators in the premises, Mr. President. And Senator Cayetano. Especially Senators Cayetano and Escudero, Mr. President.
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry. Can I question if I am here or not?
Mr. President, for the sake of the quorum, I will testify that Senator Cayetano is present.
So now we may now proceed.
Mr. President.
Senator Cayetano,
Yes.
Senator Grace
Yeah,
Poe, and Senator Cayetano.
I'll end with a manifestation. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the presiding officer, the majority leader, especially the chairperson, Senator Grace Poe, Senator Escudero, for their wisdom in the parliamentary maneuver of talking to me and talking to the rest of the group in the lounge. But for public disclosure and para lang po maintindihan ko ano pinag-usapan, may I just make this manifestation. And of course, Senator Grace Poe and Senator Escudero can correct me if I'm wrong. I just expressed that, again, this is a good bill, but I want to make sure that the boundaries between being a super eco zone and being an autonomous region is quite clear. And we agreed to disagree on certain things. But first and foremost, I think there's a consensus among us that if we're going to have a super eco zone, mas magandang walang new gaming or gambling institutions there, at least for the Senate version, and hopefully we'll fight for it in the BICAM. Secondly, the concern of Senator Coco, Senator Lauren Legarda, and present, that any of the conversion will be done through law, but the authority will make sure that the prerequisites will be there to make sure that the ecology and the environment is guided. I think Senator Escudero will will do the language. No? Number third, just to make sure that the board is both accountable and balanced, we'll make sure that the private sector has a representative, the airport city has a representative, and the workers have a representative. But the chairman will be appointed by the president, who in the end is accountable to the Filipino people. Number four, that public utilities, we will just be silent because the authority, being a citizen, being a corporate citizen, being a GOCC, can apply for any of the public utilities that they want. But just to give the signal that Bulacan is open to business for everyone. We might disagree on certain points of this because other eco zones were given as specific provisions on public utility. But I said, just to give us more time on that, no? And then I'd like to thank, again, Senator Escudero, Senator Grace po, because of the assurance that we will have the proper time, because our version apparently will be different from the House version. So whatever we will not accept now in the Senate version, we can continue to study, we can continue. So personally, me, I would like to take this opportunity to ask NEDA, come out with a quick study. Diba? Or at least preliminaries, or at least ano ba nangyari nung ganito nangyari sa Clark or sa AFAB, etc. No? In that way, both the sponsor will be satisfied because she really believes this is something good. I will be satisfied because I will not be guessing. Economics is not my forte. No? There are a lot of other minor things, including the area. So the good sponsors already agreed na yung surrounding, wag muna natin ilagay yon kasi medyo nebulous ng konti. And I would later on advise the BICAM lang na if there are additional areas, ano yung requisites para hindi lang parang who wants to join. Diba? Kasi nga yung Clark, Subic, others, they were former military bases. So yung meets and bounds nila klaro na. So let me stop there and hope that we will be able to really craft a good law. I hope this is successful, not only for Bulacan, but for the whole country. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and good sponsor, Senator Grace po. And thank you very much, our presiding officer, the good one among the presiding officers.
Mr. President, I would like to thank also Senator Alan Cayetano, of course, being one of the veteran members of the Senate, and also one of the ones that have advocated for the development, let's say, of Clark. He's already has had experience also in developments that are similar to this. I would like to thank him for pointing out something that we strongly feel should be upheld in this eco zone, that as much as possible there should be no gambling, either online, off-site, or on-site. So hopefully this is something that we can also lobby within the BICAM. So thank you again for your contribution, Senator Alan, and hopefully to see you in the BICAM together with Senator Escudero if you should be appointed by our body.
Manifest, I forgot the last point. The last point is that the two good senators and the rest of our colleagues agreed to take a second look at the law of BCD and Clark so that mag-complement nga yung AFAB, Clark, and Bulacan rather than just competing with each other. So I again, in behalf of the people from Bataan, and of course, Central Luzon, which includes Bulacan, Pampanga, Tarlac, Nueva. This will be a very good kung maayos natin ito. No? I told the good chairperson, no, maybe you can also look into a possibility of an oversight committee. Nung una, inisip ko authority. I told her inside the lounge, baka authority kasi para ma-balance yung tatlo. But tama din naman ang chairperson natin, baka lalong gumulo. Maybe a congressional oversight over it. I don't need your answer now. Please consider it lang.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Francis Tolentino is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Francis Tolentino is recognized.
Mr. President, just a slight interjection, cum manifestation. Perhaps the Senator Cayetano might have overlooked, but the role of the LGU should not be diminished, Mr. President. An assurance from the sponsors that the LGUs would be highlighted, the role would be highlighted, and even upgraded as well, Mr. President. Just for the record. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino.
Mr. President, Senator Chis Escudero, the gentleman from Sorsogon, is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized for his individual amendments.
Senator Francis Cudero is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. My understanding is we are in the period of amendments, but before proposing my amendments, I would like to place on record my sincere thanks and appreciation to the gentleman from Taguig and Pateros. Taguig na lang yan. Taguig na lang ba yan? Taguig and Pateros, because he used to represent Pateros as well.
And Makati, no?
For his inputs, and Makati,
Tembo,
and what used to be Makati. For his inputs, hindi siya yun. For his genuine concern, Mr. President, in protecting the Filipino people in our country and preventing abuses, learning from the experiences of the past. And I thank him as well, Mr. President, because I learned a lot. So that when the time should come that I would propose a Sorsogon economic zone, I will make it the best economic zone, even better than all of our existing economic zones. And I would like to author the economic zone in Quezon. Para Quezon na talaga yun. Quezon Economic Zone.
Yes.
Having said that, Mr. President, again, my appreciation for his understanding and patience as well with me and with Senator Grace. May I propose the following amendments, Mr. President? I'm referring to the committee report version, Mr. President, in proposing these amendments. On page 1, section 2, line 11, after the period, insert the phrase, quote, it is also the declared policy of the state to promote an effective and sustainable economic growth model that benefits all stakeholders. I so move, Mr. President.
The sponsor? What
Is this something that was sponsored by the gentleman, or is he reading the...
From the lady from Antique.
Okay. I accept, Mr. President.
Accepted by sponsor. Amendments approved.
On page 3, section 5, line 12, after the word BEZA, insert the phrase, in consultation with the National Economic Development Authority, open, close parenthesis, NEDA. I so move, Mr. President.
The sponsor?
I accept, Mr. President.
Accepted. Amendments approved.
On page 10, paragraph I, line 4, between the words and the word develop, insert the word sustainably. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor have to say?
I think I know who this amendment is from. Is it also from the lady?
Yes,
I accept,
Madam.
Mr. President. May sustainably.
Amendments approved.
On line 5, after the word reefs, insert the phrase terrestrial and marine ecosystems. I so move, Mr. President.
Sponsor?
I accept, Mr. President.
Accepted
On
by
line
sponsor.
two-
Amendments approved.
On line 12, after the word department, add the phrase quote, provided that upon a finding of any part of the area as needed for critical habitat establishment under RA 9147, the board will accommodate, BEZA will accommodate and integrate the requirements for range, habitat, feeding, and roosting of relevant species identified, provided that the BEZA shall take into consideration any new scientific information that comes to light on requirements for endangered species and honor local and national legislation for conservation that would support conservation goals, provided finally that protected areas declared by local legislation and those registered with the DNR pending enactment by national legislation shall be observed and respected. I so move, Mr. President.
Sponsor?
I accept, Mr. President.
Amendments accepted. Amendments approved.
Now, the succeeding proposed amendments, Mr. President, will now be based on the clean copy as of March 13, 2024 at 8:25 p.m. I'm referring to that version of the bill, Mr. President.
Sponsor?
On section 5, page 3, line 8, delete the period after the word uses and replace it with a comma followed by the following phrase, quote, as the case may be, comma, in accordance with the Constitution to ensure that inalienable lands shall not be included. I so move, Mr. President.
Sponsor?
I accept.
Amendments approved.
On page 6, line 12, after the word Philippines, delete the period and in lieu thereof, replace it with a semicolon followed by the following phrase, provided finally that this provision shall be effective upon the formal organization of the BESA and submission of the master plan for the BUZ. I so move, Mr. President.
Sponsor?
I accept, Mr. President.
Amendments approved.
On page 9, from line 16 to 28, delete the entire paragraph D and renumber the succeeding paragraphs accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
The sponsor?
This is what we discussed with Senator Cayetano.
On utilities.
Yes, I accept, Mr. President.
Amendments approved.
On the existing paragraph G on page 10, line 8, which is now renumbered as paragraph A, B, C, D, E, F. After the word provided on line 10, delete the phrase beginning with that until the end of paragraph G, and in lieu thereof, insert the following phrase, provided BESA shall not allow the registration of any business that is engaged, hosts, or accommodates any form of gambling, gaming-related activity, or any form of game of chance within BUZ. I so move, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President.
Amendments approved.
Finally, Mr. President, on page 12, line 9, after the word BESA, delete the phrase beginning with who until board and replace it with appointed by the President who shall automatically be a member of the board. So that the paragraph A will now read, the chairperson of BESA shall be appointed by the President who shall be automatically a member of the board. I so move, Mr. President.
Sponsor?
I accept, Mr. President.
Amendments approved.
On the same page, same section, line 14, delete paragraph C1, a designated representative from the OP, so that the total number of representatives of the board shall still be an odd number of 15.
I accept, Mr. President.
Amendments approved.
No further amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Escudero. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, may I ask for immediate suspension?
Session suspended.
Okay.
Session is resumed.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Sorsogon for his additional individual amendments.
Continuing my ad lib amendments, Mr. President. On page 6, line 29, under section 9, after the open close word OP parenthesis, insert a comma, and thereafter insert the phrase, the province and concerned local government units, comma.
Sponsor?
I accept, Mr. President.
Amendments approved.
On page 16, line 25, after the word of, rather line 24, after the word of, delete the phrase beginning with the word one up to the open close parenthesis with the amount of $150,000, and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase, magkano ko? 250,000 US dollars, open parenthesis US dollars 250, comma 000.00. I so move, Mr. President.
Sponsor?
To be consistent, yes, with the other agreements. I accept.
Amendments approved.
On page 18, section 25, line 26, rather line 27, delete the phrase after the hyphen from the word except, including the second paragraph up to the last word prevail found in page 19, line 5. In lieu thereof, insert the following. Interlocal and national relationship between BEZA and the national government vis-a-vis local government units shall be governed by existing laws, rules, and regulations. I so move, Mr. President.
Sponsor?
I accept, Mr. President.
Amendments approved.
Mr. President, may I now, I was authorized to propose the amendments from Senator Win Gatchalian. These amendments are based on the draft as of March 13, 2024, as of 6:45 p.m. Iba yung sa 8:25 p.m. ha? Ha? So committee report to. Based on the committee report, Mr. President, may I propose the following amendments if the sponsor is still willing to listen?
The sponsor, are you still willing?
Okay, Mr. President. Paminsan-minsan lang nandito yung aking seatmate. I might as well listen.
Sulitin na yan, sulitin na.
Ang overtime, double pay, Mr. President. So dapat double time din yung count nito, ha? Dapat mas malayo na yung lamang ko kay Nancy. On page 5, line 24 to 28, after the word territory, delete the clause quote, and shall likewise provide incentives such as tax and duty-free importations of raw materials and capital equipment to registered enterprises located therein, comma, as provided under Republic Act number 11534, comma, otherwise known as, open quote, Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives for Enterprises Act, close quote. So move, Mr. President.
Sponsor?
I accept, Mr. President.
Amendments approved.
On section 11, found in page 7, line 18, delete the phrase quote, or corporate income tax under the enhanced deduction regime. So move, Mr. President.
Sponsor?
I accept, Mr. President.
Amendments approved.
Para nyo ng awa, tama na to. I move to close the period of amendments, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Mr. President, ayoko pa. 5 minutes para 10 o'clock.
Mr. President,
Wala na.
Any other?
Mr. President, with no other individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, and with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2572, subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2572 is approved on second reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We congratulate our distinguished sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, and our colleagues who are still here this evening, Mr. President. And we made a commitment also to the minority leader of the clean copy, Mr. President, by tomorrow, Mr. President.
Yes,
Mr.
we'd like to thank our sponsor and
Mr. President,
the hard work of our sponsor.
if I may make a brief manifestation of thanks, I would like to thank Senator Chis Escudero for helping us polish the bill. Of course, for the very good amendments proposed also by our colleagues, including our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, Senators Alan Cayetano, Senator Joel Villanueva, who has a deep loyalty and love also for his province, and also Senator Sherwin, Senator Loren, for the moral support and comments of Senator Angara on and off officially and outside official discussions, and also for our acting presiding officer. Thank you for the lateness of the hour. All of you are here so that we can accomplish much before our session break. And also to our staff and all of our technical advisors, thank you very much for your time and for your patience.
Yes, we'd
Good
like to
night.
thank our sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, for this landmark legislation and congratulate her. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, with that, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2572. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, Senate Bill number 2572 is hereby suspended.
Mr. President, some administrative matters, and with the consent of the body, I move to transfer the committee referrals of the following bills on the declaration of special days, on the commemoration of Philippines diplomatic ties from the Committee on Rules to the Committees on Foreign Relations and Finance. Senate Bill number 2592, Philippines-Japan Friendship Day. Senate Bill number 2590, Philippines-Australia Friendship Day. Senate Bill number 2581, Philippines-South Korea Friendship Day. Senate Bill number 2556, Philippines-United Arab Emirates Friendship Day. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to transfer the committee referrals of Senate Bill numbers 2372 and 2141 and House Bill number 7763, all pertaining to bills declaring August 9 as the Philippines-Israel Friendship Day, from the Committee on Culture and the Arts to the Committee on Foreign Relations. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, thank you very much. With the consent of the body, I move to transfer the committee referrals of Senate Bill numbers 2129, declaring June 26 of every year as the Philippines-France Friendship Day, from the Committee on Culture and the Arts to the Committees on Foreign Relations and Finance. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved. Okay na, meron.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, March 18, 2024. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. The session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, March 18, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. President.